This is a Clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud continuing our coverage here of our winter storm situation at about 1 o'clock a.m. on this Wednesday morning, this January 22nd, 2025. I know January 22nd, 2017, 8 years ago, watching just terrible tornadoes develop a little bit later on in the night, 8 years ago. This is a big contrast from that. But right now, the snow impactful, but the ice a lot more dangerous here as we're looking at things, as we're tracking things. I mean, South Florida 8 years ago today, later today is about tornadoes. This year, about snow on the ground. Speaking of snow on the ground, Thomas County, 7 inches of snow reported in the Dawesville area, northwestern Thomas County. That is coming in a public report showing on up here. I mean, that just tells the story. We've had multiple reports of over a half foot of snow in parts of southwestern Georgia here, and even starting to migrate into south central Georgia as well, which is really remarkable. It's absolutely crazy to think about. Obviously, still in alert mode, and I know where we're at here east of Stark. We're watching our temperature here very carefully. We're at 32.5 degrees right now here, and that freezing point 32 even. So we're staying just above that right now, which really kind of mitigates that freezing rain from coming into play here at all. But you could still have some other types of precip, maybe a flurry or some sleet mixing in, but it really mitigates the hazards from coming into play. But that could change as we move later on in toward the overnight hours. So that's definitely something to watch for in toward the weather center. I'm going to be, paying attention to all that's here, doing these updates at the top of every hour through the night to give you the latest. And we'll pop in if we have like some sleet to show you, from outside. I'll try to get that in front of the camera here and get some video of it potentially too, especially if it's snow more, because that'd be, something that might be a little bit easier to see. And there's a chance really that snow would probably take place closer. If we're going to get it really to pick up, it'll be on the backside closer to sunrise in some of our northeast Florida counties, especially, maybe like eastern north central as well, like Bradford, Union, a lot, to probably closer to sunrise on the backside of all this, that, strip of white. It's been kind of, shrinking down, but there could be just a little bit on that backside as this all swings on through here at the very end. I know getting a couple reports there in Georgia of some of that snowfall. One of those, we talked about the one in Wayne County earlier on, but around Waynesville and Brantley County in our area, snow depth of about 0.63 inches, so about a half inch of snow reported there around 12:30. So we're starting to get more of that snowfall there in some of the southeastern Georgia communities here. So that's definitely a big storyline here for sure. I know, trying to keep you guys safe and informed with all that cold air in place. 28 in Gadsden County, but 32 around Tallahassee there in toward Leon County. So, they're right on the edge. Gadsden's not. They've seen multiple inches of snow in a lot of those zones there in Gadsden County tonight. It's such a remarkable event here for some of our viewing circles, some of our 62 counties. I know if you watch traditional local TV, they cover a smaller area, but these are the counties I cover. If you're new to cloud weather, I know we're on for all tornado warning storms within the 62 counties. Well, in this case, we're on for the winter weather aspect of things across our viewing circle, giving you the latest updates here for this region in general here. So as we look to the night, that winter weather trying to come on through, watching all the different data. I know even had a little lightning show up there in Jefferson County a little while ago, one strike. Even WCTV confirming that they had a call that lightning actually happened. It wasn't just on the radar software. There was some thunder in there, so some thunder sleet or thunder snow just east of Tallahassee tonight. Saw it in our system. We zoomed in on it in between updates here. If you were looking, had a lightning strike out there, so that is remarkable to see. That's all I've seen so far. We'll keep our eyes out for it. Just crazy to get a little bit of that convective action. The only one I've seen, but it could still repeat itself here as we look in the hours to come as we continue along here with this coverage of this historic winter weather event that we're not going to be forgetting here for a long, long time, as we just continue here to keep you up to date minute by minute. I know I have that winter weather voice a little bit. I got a little bit of a cold here, but we're going to get through it because this is so important. I see just west of our area, in the Dothan area, 1/2 foot of snow reported there. Again, these are just unreal numbers here we're talking about, as we're looking, whether it's just outside of our area or in the Albany and then parts of the Tallahassee television market zones. I know starting in those southeast Georgia zones that Jacksonville cover are starting to get a little bit of snow. Those aren't unbelievable numbers yet, but the numbers, 1/2 foot of snow or so in the Albany region, a lot of spots, and excuse me, and in the Tallahassee region, Leon County, not really getting into it. They're on the edge of it. We've been talking about that battle. We're starting to see more of the wintry weather, I would say, at this point. But as we're looking, Gaston, they've got, several inches of snow there. Again, a remarkable situation. So again, just continuing to keep you up to date here on everything that's happening. Let me go ahead and check some more of our sources. I want to say correlation coefficient, because this can be helpful here. We use it in severe weather season. We were using it 8 years ago tonight, in fact, for the tornado debris. But we're not talking about tornado debris tonight, thankfully. Still can be dangerous to the ice and the like, but this here can delineate if we're getting the potential for more of that wintry weather to come into play. So now, freezing rain is one thing. If you're at 32.0 below, that can freeze on contact. The radar's not going to show that like this, but what this blue stuff here around Lake City is a precipitation that is not the same, meaning around Stark is probably just all rain right now, pretty much. But around McClinney, up here around I-10, and north of that line, we could be seeing some type of transition where we have some sleet in there and maybe a little bit more in the way of some flurries as well. Could be a lot of the sleet. That's based on some of the stuff we're seeing further back out toward the west in some different reports here. So again, that's a storyline to keep on top of here as well with the winter storm situation. But you can see definitely that delineation there around Taylor and McClinney, Callahan. Not saying there's all snow north of that or anything, but you see it on our systems interpreting, really kind of interpolating that as well. That there's kind of that delineation zone. So not saying it all snow bad there, but there's also a chance right on the leading edge. This kind of says, and some of the thinking was here, is that right on this edge here, there could be some, flurries, Brantford to Columbia right now, southern Charlton County, Duval. There could be some flurries. I don't know if it'll really be able to see them too much on traffic camera. That might be pretty hit and miss, quite honestly. But there may be something on the leading edge there, as you kind of look at this. And then we kind of have more of the ice pellets and stuff back out. I'm not saying it's, all snow. It's not. It's a lot of iciness falling from the sky and sleet. Again, there's some freezing rain too, but that's not something that we were seeing on the correlation coefficient, but it's kind of that mixed precip more. That kind of seems, at least, to kind of be that delineation point right now as we're looking at things, as we kind of track things here. So, let's look around Lusty there. I apologize. I'm getting, little bit where I'm losing my voice just a little bit. I have a little bit of cold, which doesn't help. But we have to be covering this. It's such a big deal. So let's go ahead and look toward the Lusty area right now. Other parts of the country, some of this, in the western areas would still be a pretty big deal. But these eastern areas, it wouldn't be, except when the ice starts to accumulate, then it would be. But, some of these lower snow totals, it wouldn't maybe warrant this much cover. But this is very rare around here. And folks, not necessarily really knowledgeable in driving in conditions like these. So we got to be on top of it here for everybody to keep you guys safe and informed. I mean, some of these cameras are a little dark out here. Excuse me, but again, we're just going to go ahead and see what we have. Again, looking out here, it's hard to make anything out with this overall situation here, but I'm going to keep checking back on all the different camera views as the night goes on. It's more rural areas, so not as much lighting out there near the Osceola National Forest. That could be an area there. We are getting some of the wintry weather in there, though. As we're looking at things, and sometimes that'd be an area that's a little cooler. As we're looking, let's look a little further east because can't, really tell this is anything but just rain, but there may be some stuff mixing in here. This is a little bit east in Baker County right now. As we're looking at the situation, so you can see, looks like mostly rain, but there may be some ice pellets in there. It'd be harder to tell because we're at a distance from the road, so it'd be hard to see anything really bouncing. I don't really see flurries in this right now. I'm saying there couldn't be a few though. There could be a few rogue ones. Looks like somebody's moving the camera now, so maybe we can, somebody might be getting the idea here. Looking at DOT, trying to get an eye on what's going on here for themselves, based on what we're talking about here with the meteorology, just, the meteorology community, not necessarily me, but again, there could be a few rogue flurries in there for sure, as we're looking at things here tonight. So, again, just trying to keep you guys up to date on what's going on here at about 1:12 in the morning, as we continue to watch these adverse conditions here. We're going to be watching all night. I know here east of Stark, it's still staying just above. I mean, it's kind of crazy how this works. Saw some of this, now I didn't have this, advanced with the thermometer back in 2018, but saw some of this where the temperatures would stay just above it. We didn't get much ice accumulation here at all. The reports indicated, if you really interpolated things, maybe just a little bit of a glaze, but really didn't see much here. But this one, in a better spot, so it wouldn't be having any bias or anything. It'd be the exact reading. We're just a half a degree above freezing there, as we're looking here in Bradford County, where I'm at east of Stark. Again, looking here at this side, there may be some sleet. Could be some flurries mixing in. I don't really see a lot, though, but we'll keep our eyes on it. I think some other folks are, too. As I showed you, they were adjusting the camera, so kind of have the same idea here, that we could be seeing something try to change over a bit in Baker County. So again, just continue to watch the situation here with me. We'll go ahead and zoom back out. I know, let me take these shear markers off because that's not helping, interesting in a way, but it's not really, they're not really something that would be coming to fruition there in terms of any type of, we're not going to get severe weather in this, obviously. We got the one lightning strike, may get a few more, but that's about it. It's interesting, though. Thunder sleet, thunder snow, something like that in Jefferson County a little while ago. But again, just continuing to watch here, continuing to track light ice pellets and snow there northeast of Valdosta being reported. Let me switch this on over. Valdosta, some snow. It looks like Lake City, more rain. But I keep showing Gainesville here at times. Maybe some flurries. Mixing in these different radar views, kind of, try to indicate a changeover at times. It's about the atmospheric characteristics just above the surface as well, as we've talked about in our coverage here through the night. So let me go ahead and show you here. You see snow, you see sleet, you see freezing rain, you see regular rain. And when we have the rain that freezes on contact with the surface, that's when you have the problem here. That's when you have the power line problems, the weight of everything just becomes too much. In some cases, when it really starts to get up there, we're going to have to watch for that potential through the night in areas like Baker County, Nassau County, Western Duval, Bradford and Union as well, Columbia, that general vicinity. I think we've seen some of that up toward Lowndes and a little bit even further out toward Jefferson and Leon to some degree, but just going to keep on watching here, going to keep on tracking the situation as it does go on with this winter storm warning that is in effect here. Such a rare situation that we're dealing with. It brings back echoes of 1989. It brings back echoes of 1977. Speaking of 1977, I know we've sent this to you a lot, but we had 3 inches of snow on Stark with the measurement in this event. Hampton, just to the south. Family members took these. My mom was there with this event. He talks about that event to this day. And some other family members that are still living too. And then some late family members there as well were at that winter weather event back in '77 as it did take place. So as Hampton, Bradford County. I don't think we're going to quite get that here tonight, but it's almost the exact same time of year. And some of our areas getting way more than this. Bradford County, we'd be really lucky if we got half of this. Uh, but it's, something where you see that on the car there, that's the type of stuff I feel like we might see here in the morning. It may still be fun when you're getting up there on sunrise. That might be your best chance, really on the back side that I was alluding to. You see that car there has that snow accent on it to some degree. That's the type of stuff that would have the layer of that wintry weather, those elevated surfaces, and ice could be everywhere. The bridges at more risk for issues there, injuries with those, but the vehicles there, that's where the snow might really become more apparent. When you're taking photos and the like, if we do get that to come to fruition here, especially on the back side, but could have some intermittently during the night at some point. So again, continuing to watch here, continuing to track, watching here in Bradford, watching the 62 counties, trying to keep you safe and informed here with these hourly updates. We're trying to let you know what's happening. We're watching the dew point values. I know, that can, as we see this air try to come on in, the colder air. We have several spots at 32 now, so I think we could start to see quite a bit more peak to show up here if we just drop just a little more. We're at 32.6 though here, so we're just wavering. I mean, that's how, literally 31.6, and we're getting ice to accumulate here outside where we're at here east of Stark. So 31.8 even really starts to get that. Technically 32.0, but you kind of get the idea when you really start to get there and hold steady under that freezing point, then you start to have that accumulation. Ice starts to build up a little bit here, but right now, we're not really seeing that in some spots, but other spots is a different story. It's 32 is reported at Keystone, Gainesville, Lake City as well. So some spots in the area will definitely still be slick though, since we're right there, hovering right at that freezing point. So again, we're continuing to watch, continuing to track. Then we're going to go ahead and wrap it up for this hour. We'll be back at 2 a.m. So we need to pop back on a little bit earlier on here with something, like I said, maybe some pictures of the flurries here from where we're at. If we start to get those, if we get some sleet or some flurries, I can just put in my glove and show you live. I'll cut back in here at once. I do see a comment here. Folkestone seeing some snow. One of our viewers there in parts of Charlton County seeing some of that snow there. So that's exciting. We talked about that delineation. I thought, we saw how things, that correlation coefficient was showing that little layer there, where we had some of that changeover potentially happening. And it does seem like that would be the case because behind that is where you'd have the uniform precip. So uniform would be, it's kind of like, it's the same idea, but a lot different in a way too, with the changeover. So when you have a tornado, you have like big, blue areas. If it's a really strong one showing up, like we had 8 years ago, almost this time in South Georgia, 8-year anniversary of those deadly tornadoes today for Albany and Adel, sadly. But as you look at this here, you see, this right here is more uniform. This is probably mostly rain in here. So again, we have to watch for freezing rain because it's not going to show this stuff on contact. But you see Union County, there's a better chance because this is, showing different kinds of precip. The yellows, that indicates a different kind of it out there. So could have some sleet, maybe even some flurries mixing in around Lulu right now. And just to the west of Rayford, you see Olusty as well. And then we had a viewer in Folkestone. Well, you're kind of all in the middle of this. And I think that comment was a few minutes ago. Yeah, and you can see it about 107, 108. We were getting some more of that ununiform precip right now. I mean, it can also, because if it's all snow, which I don't think it is in that area, then it would also show up as uniform. It's just so that a dividing line. So like further back, and I'll need to switch radar to give you a better angle on this, but it kind of shows you a dividing line a little bit here on this. And it gets really tricky in some of these areas, but as you look, I'm going to go to the Tallahassee radar now because it gets more iffy in some of these areas, but it would seem at least at this point, we've seen a little more changeover on Tallahassee, so let's see if that's coming to fruition. This is not something we're used to dealing with here very often, but I appreciate everybody tuning in and trusting me here. We're trying to keep you safe and informed, so let me go ahead and pull up some cameras again around Tallahassee before we wrap it up for now and give my voice a rest. I know we are now getting our first, more serious report of freezing rain, though, out of Wakulla County. I was talking about those pounded numbers were a little bit more down there. And getting a report out of that region as of 109, a tenth of an inch of ice increase has occurred in the last 3 hours. And now numerous large tree branches are reported to be downed near the intersection of Spring Creek Highway and US Highway 98. So that's a concern, even though it said more snow here. Let's see if that boundary, it probably would show up here, though. It could be switching over more. Now it's kind of switched over more. Maybe back to that. Maybe the snow. Let's see. I bet it's gonna. Yeah, we had more of that. In the last hour or so, we had more of that kind of switch over, and it gets really tricky. But let's just check here. I want to pull up the camera right in Tallahassee. Let's do that. I know we have the interstate ones. We have that one there. I mean, sometimes you don't have much precip rating. But yeah, of course, we started to see in our last update, and it really picked up in terms of what it was on the ground. DOT there, right around, Appalachia there. You can see that visual, all that white there, but there's also ice in there and stuff. But it did, kind of pick up on more of snow for when it was falling the precip. It was more of that snow. So again, something to kind of keep our eyes on here for sure. As we're dealing with, you see our ice report out of Wakulla County now, which is obviously a cause for more enhanced concern as we're looking down that way. But you see Tallahassee there. We just continue, and velocity is going to be all tricky in this pattern. But again, it's not, every day that you see over a half foot of snow around Thomasville. But that's what we saw there in Thomas County tonight, over a half foot of snow. They are just over the border from our, Florida Big Bend counties into our South Georgia area. There are other areas north, a lot of snow as well, but historic event here for sure, as we're just continuing to give you guys the very latest on exactly what's going on here. I keep looking at my temperature, 32.6 now, east of Stark. So again, just always important to kind of watch things here minute by minute with the ever-evolving situation. So always interesting to watch the temperatures, and to switch over. And let me check power now. A little over 3,000 out in Georgia, but I want to check Florida. Okay, 27,518 out. It's really starting to go up in the Big Bend. Seems like that ice might be setting up a little bit more over there with some enhanced concern. So let's go ahead. You don't want to be losing power when it's cold, icy, dark. That's what's happening in some of our area now, making things more, dangerous on the roads too. But shouldn't be out really unless you absolutely have to be. 784 customers died in Jefferson County. Almost 8,300 customers died in Leon County now. That's a pretty big jump over the last little bit. Charger devices, if you haven't already. And it goes various further east here around Stark, Gainesville, Jacksonville, Brunswick, Folkestone. Over 8,000 out in Leon County, over 6,000 out in Wakulla County, and over 3,500 out in Franklin, 188 out in Liberty. You see Perry's County with Taylor, 97 in the dark. So definitely that impact of being found. I-10, not a fun place to be as these outages are mounting. That's about the worst we've had from any of the region involved in all this. We had all that snow in Louisiana. It was more snow though, but now that ice, is really adding up. And like the report was from about 10 to 1, about a tenth of an inch of ice in Wakulla, and you see the result of that. And some models have shown even more of that, maybe, adding up further east later on. But even just a tenth is very, very much problematic, as we're seeing there with the ground troops. So, again, with those power outages, with branches, knocking some of those power lines down, or just the ice, being too much for the power lines, and they're just falling on their own here because there's just too much weight having to be buried by the power lines at this point in time. So, again, a very big deal, obviously. That's why we're here. This is not something you see every day in our different communities. And we're just going to have to continue to watch this here through the night as we've seen these different developments. I've had to kind of talk about them. But again, we're going to be back here at 2 a.m. with more unless we need to pop back in sooner. So keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. We'll keep you guys up to date here on this ever-evolving weather scenario as different areas feel those impacts here from a historic winter storm here in January of 2025. Stay safe.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back in the Weather Center at 2 o'clock a.m. with another update on our historic winter storm. You know, we've been showing some different modes here, the radar. I wanted to go to the traditional view without the winter mode. And this really shows a lot of red, a lot of heavier precip. I mean, a lot of mixing of different types going on, but nonetheless, kind of telling that wintry weather story there around the Folkestone area. And like, could end up getting, a little bit higher accumulations of whatever is falling there. I know, again, probably a mixture, but some freezing rain too could be a problem, as you do have those temperatures at or below freezing, it would seem, in that vicinity. I mean, you have to watch that area there around Folkestone. You see St. Mary's. I know, I'll keep in mind areas like Fernandina Beach and Nassau County too. They're at 32, looking at some information behind the scenes. I know we have the wind numbers up here, but just interesting to see that. I know we did have a report from a viewer there in the last hour around Folkestone of some snow in that area. So we do have some different kinds of mixing going on, which is interesting. The correlation coefficient trying to show that here. You see all sorts of differentiations here, maybe in precip in that area from Lake City up to Folkestone and Woodbine there. So that's intriguing to see. For the south, probably still more rain or just some freezing rain when you're at 32 or below. But I know we're at 32.5, still 32.5 degrees here east of Stark. So, excuse me, not necessarily achieving there that freezing point here at this moment in time. But it is definitely treacherous depending on different parts of our area and where you look. So you got to keep that in mind here tonight as we're tracking the overall situation. So just looking at some of our different viewpoints of things right now here behind the scenes. Just trying to say around Tallahassee, definitely more that wintry precip there on the roads right now. So let's go ahead and pop up this view here on the Florida 511 system. You can see here some of that snow and some of that sleet, and I'm sure some freezing rain in there as well, making things pretty treacherous out there for the part of the interstate that is open. You see some of that icicle action there too, indicating 32 or below. That temperature storyline there. So again, just continuing to track all of that. Continuing to give you the very latest as we watch things here across our 62 counties, as we continue here to give you the very latest here, the latest information. I know, just making sure that we're showing you everything we can at our disposal here. We just got to stay safe out there tonight in a situation like this one. Just got to be really careful as we, monitor things. I know. Let's go over to the camera there toward Appalachia Parkway. We'll pull this one up. You see the wintry precip that's accumulated, some snow, some sleet, some freezing rain, I'm sure, in all of this. As we're looking there toward, some of the more populated areas of Tallahassee. This is Florida 511 camera there. And this is DOT area that you're getting to look at this moment. So interesting to get different visuals on things here at that hyper local level. Of course, we're watching all our different kinds of precip. Let's go ahead and go. Let's go back to an overview on this. In fact, let's go back here to an overview. You can see some of that white there. That, that's especially as we get further back with those 20s, like 28, 27. More indicative of snow. I mean, we're still getting that there around Tipton, around Thomasville there. You see Homerville showing, maybe not just light snow there, but picking up a little bit more in the Clinton County area. Light snow, though, is the storyline around Waycross. So, again, just continuing to keep tabs on it all, watching those important temperature trends. Of course, once we get, more pertinent information on things, we'll cut in immediately. But I do want to look at Madison County. You're seeing more of that white stuff snow up there now in the form of snow. Let me go ahead and kind of see what we might have on some of the different camera sites there outside of that area. A lot of them are pretty dark here. apparently there are some emergency vehicles in the shoulder as we get further out there. It's hard to get an idea of exactly what's going on because it is so dark. That's another reason you don't want to be out. Not exactly sure, and it's so dark. Not exactly sure exactly how the precipits may be accumulated, so that's always cause for concern. Let's go ahead and try to jump over to this one real quick if we can. I know there's going to be a vehicle in this shot, so if I don't get here too quick, it might be kind of hard to see, and yeah, it kind of gets harder, but it looks like there's some type of wintry precip on the road there toward Madison County right now, it would seem. So that's a storyline there, Florida 501 camera. So again, trying to give you the idea of what's going on here as we watch the trends. I know, let's measure just the radar estimate of the snow corridor. So from east to west, it is probably about 90 miles, 95 miles now in the Florida zone. But if I go back 4 hours, let's measure this here. It was probably about, I'm doing this on the fly, you go maybe about 140 miles, so it's shrinking some, but we'll see how much of that is, intact here as it tries to, the backside of this precip comes to like Stark and Gainesville. It'll be a lot smaller area of the snow, but there may still be enough on that backside to get some snow accident, maybe some on the front side too. You do see where they're trying to indicate maybe some snow mixing in Union and Columbia and Baker. Is possible there with some sleet as well, as we've been alluding to, as we talked about that changeover. So according to this, it may be more likely up in like Columbia and Baker and Charlton and Nassau, where you're getting some of that right now. So just continuing to watch everything. Let me go ahead and let's get up toward Jasper maybe in Hamilton County. The models have been kind of maybe hinting at them getting into some of that. I mean, some of these areas are, some of those, we're talking about more in the hurricane acts in there. It's ironic, Milton, Florida with all that snow, and we had Hurricane Milton in the state, those, topics there involving the name Milton. Milton wasn't the one that really came through our area as much, of course, as we got up toward like, Taylor and Hamilton and the like. Helene was, Debbie was, Adalia was. If you go back further, Tropical Storm Elsa was too, but that wasn't as impactful as Adalia and obviously Helene. So I'm trying to look. A lot of these cameras are so dark. There's just not, a lot of lights, and there's, not a lot of folks on the road as it should be here in this type of situation. It kind of looks a little bit like some type of wintry precip on this shot here. If you look real carefully there into Hamilton County right now, I-75, though, it looks like something's accumulated there. That's, and maybe, some snow, some sleet, some freezing rain there. So, folks taking it a little bit slower, it looks like, on the interstate at this hour as we, are looking at 2:09 in the morning. So, again, continuing to watch all of this here in toward the weather center. Looking at different reports here, just trying to see the overall progress here with the meteorology and in terms of the geography here of what is happening with the snowfall and the like, so, and the freezing rain and the sleet. So let's go ahead and jump back to the other mode here. I know we just got some new reports, and I'll step off for those here in a second. But let me see what our power outage numbers look like right now in Florida. Okay, a couple more thousand increase here since our last update on this in the Sunshine State, really clustered in the Big Bend region. So more of that ice apparently accumulating there. I know, interesting, not that people be in the water right now, but I see what's the rip current statements. We've had the winds up and this pattern here, but folks are not getting in the water. I can't imagine with temperatures this cold. But as you see here, 29,936 customers in the dark right now. I know, just continue to watch the situation here as we move along. Let's go ahead and look. We're showing you cameras in Madison County now, 480 customers out there. Jefferson County, 810 customers, over 9,000 out in Leon County, almost 7,000 out in McCullough, over 3,500 in Franklin, almost 2,000 in Liberty, getting just outside of our area, almost 500 in Gulf. And maybe, some of this ice setting up a little further west might be a sign that, we don't possibly, we'll see. I mean, we still have a little more time for it here in the next several hours, but it might make it a little bit harder, because of the way the rain and the precip eventually will be moving out here a little after sunrise, a couple hours after. Really, it may make it harder for that freezing rain to accumulate much further east, but I do see a few outages in like Nassau as I look carefully. About 594 customers in the dark, 31 in Duval County there. Let's go to Georgia with this, and you see almost 4,000 out there in Charleston. That's where I'd be afraid that frozen precip you saw, coming down there. A lot of the precip, and almost 1,000 customers in the dark now in Charleston County, according to Faraday.us. Glenn County about 1,000 as well. Outside of our area, some in McIntosh there too, and you see some in Southwest, but Southwest Georgia and the like, but not as much freezing rain over there. Some, but not as much. So, some black ice in there though too. Again, just keeping tabs on everything here, trying to keep you up to date on the situation. Let's see here. We have a camera in Eccles County. We sure do. It's pretty impressive. Really impressive, actually. In Georgia County, we do have these hit and miss here from the Georgia 511. And that is really, really impressive there right now. You see, it looks like it might be an icicle, but if it's not an icicle right there, look at all that snow there, just over the state line there as we're looking at things. Again, got a little bit of a cold, so you hear my voice going out every little bit. I apologize. But we've been talking a while. It's so important, this event. You can just see all that white stuff. So that is impressive. There's State Road 11 at State Road 94 in Eccles County. So we're talking about around the Statenville area. Georgia 511 camera in that vicinity. That's just north of Jasper there. As we go from our Florida counties and Hamilton into Georgia and Eccles County up there, US 129. Speaking of snow totals, I know I was talking about we got some new updates. So there's our coverage map. Let me go ahead and go over here some of these reports. Just trying to keep you safe here with these new reports coming in, new updates, measurements, because we don't really get, estimates of snow on radar. We can for rain. There's certain things that can detect it or interpret that if you do calculations with like how much rain and the ratio, but that's not something we really, deal with around here. But a lot of updates coming in. So let me go ahead and read these here. Bainbridge, Decatur County, and some of these are from earlier, but some of these, it would seem, and let me, I need to, there's 23 different reports. Some of these are newer, some of these aren't. Let's just give you all the numbers here. They're running down. So, because some of these are more recent in time, some of these from a few hours ago. But okay, Bainbridge, Decatur County, 6.3 inches of snow reported around 11 o'clock. Tipp County, 2 miles east of Tula, 5 inches of snow reported around 11 o'clock. Again, we overachieved. We said 2 to 4 inches in southwest Georgia, but we ended up getting quite a bit more than that in a lot of places. As we were looking at, I know we said that it looked like there'd be a good bit of snow, but the models just weren't going, as high as what we ended up getting. Some of the models went higher further south, but that was more tentative, but we, did have the higher low-end number, and obviously so many places getting way more than 2 inches, but a good bit getting more than 4. We talked about Tipp County, Tula, in some of those areas, 5 inches of snow, and then Worth County, Pullen, 6.5 inches of snow. That's about 11 o'clock or so. Getting here to Ward, Early County, over 7 inches of snow in a spot there. Lee County was 8 inches of snow. Again, just crazy to be talking about this stuff. That's near Palmyra. Worth County around midnight, a report there, about 7.5 inches of snow. Randolph County around Cuthbert, 6 inches of snow around midnight reported. 5 inches, another area there. Donaldsonville, 7 inches of snow. Seminole County, Decatur County, Attapulgis, 7 inches of snow. Lockney and Thomas County, 6 inches of snow. That's, this is all going chronological, earlier to later. So 12:45. So the Lockney report in Thomas County. Doddsville, 7 inches of snow in Thomas County. McCulloch County, 1/10 of an inch of freezing rain. We talked about that earlier on, 1:09 a.m. Gadsden County around Darcy, almost 4 inches of snow. And it was not in their area. I've been skipping some of them not in their area, but I want to mention Bay County reported 5.5 inches of snow. Bayou George, not Panama City, but still just crazy to hear that in that county where Panama City sits. Mitchell County, Cotton, Georgia, that community, 7 inches of snow. And in Florida and Liberty County in our area, Bristol, Florida, 5 inches of snow as of 1:46 a.m. So just some crazy numbers we're never going to forget. It's a matter of how far east some of the snow really gets here toward, North Central Florida and the first coast. But we've seen some of that wintry precip, it seems maybe as far east as Madison and Hamilton. As we looked at some of the cameras there in terms of Axel, we're really getting some, stuff to accumulate maybe. And in Georgia, report from a view around Folkestone and seeing, some sleet and the like in there and some power outages and the like. So I'm sure, when I say wintry precip, of course, I have freezing rain, which is not didn't show up on certain things until it starts to cause the problems. But if you're at below 32, you're going to get that in areas further east. But I'm talking about sleet and snow and not really getting that, in the areas toward the south and east of that area there generally that I say on the correlation coefficient product as of now. Let me go ahead. It's something, we use for tornado detection, or we're using it for winter weather detection. Again, you can't have the freezing rain when we're here at 32, or below, whether it shows this on this product or not, when it's at the surface, because it freezes on contact. But this is about sleet and snow. And generally, we have more uniform precip, so likely mainly just rain down in here. We have a rogue flurry or a rogue ice pellet, but overall, this is where the delineation zone is. Around Lake City, you have more hydrometeors that are not as consistent. You have different types of precip happening, or the tornado is different types of things being picked up on radar. In this case, it's not tornado debris. Instead, it is not just rain. It is, just like that. It's not just rain. This is not just rain. Sometimes it'll still in hail, but this here, a little bit, easier to detect here with the delineation when you have a switch over from just rain to some type of mixed precip. Some rain, some sleet, some flurries probably. Of course, some freezing rain there, and you could still have it to the south. But this shows the sleet and the snow area where it's more likely from about this point back to the north and west here at this moment. So that's kind of the storyline there as we're looking. You see McClinney up to Hilliard, especially, that area back off toward the north is where we're really seeing more than the northwest here. Up you see Fargo, probably getting some sleet pellets in there as well. So again, and maybe some flurries here too. So we're going to keep you up to date looking at all the different products, all the different information. We're going to be back at 3 o'clock with another update. If you need to pop back in sooner, we will. With maybe frozen precip here. We haven't seen anything where I'm at East of Stark so far that I'm aware of. I keep checking different camera sites and the like that I can look at here behind the scenes. But it's been all rain so far. But we'll show you some of that imagery and just, the precip if we start getting some of that wintry weather, other than freezing rain, which we're not getting. Really, I can't imagine unless different parts of the yard are at different temperatures. It could be a little, but 32.5 is what we're pretty much holding at, so that wouldn't be very prevalent right now. But it's a half a degree. Eventually, we're going to see that drop, and then you'll have the ice problems. Ice is not good. Sleet, not fun. But snow can be fun if you are careful with it here. Unlike a tornado where just everything is negative about it. In this situation, snow can be a lot of fun. It can be a lifelong memory. Sleet, not really fun. Kind of like hail, small hail, not really damaging. We got to, watch out. Don't slip down and, you don't want to be hitting stuff, in the head by little pellets or something like that. But then the, freezing rain can be deadly. Black ice kind of goes along with that because, the freezing rain that really accumulates, it can cause trees to fall, power lines to fall. That black ice, along with freezing rain, can cause accidents here. Lots and lots and lots of accidents. Saw that years ago, reading articles like from the Bradford County Telegraph from '89. When it got so slick, it just caused accidents everywhere. It was more about that than the snow, even though I think we did have some of that mix in then. Last time, I believe Starkroyd got any snow at all that accumulated. We did have some flurries in 2010, maybe other times that in terms of accumulation. I think 89 probably been the last time, but 77 was more impressive 3 inches and start then. And we showed you that imagery earlier on in Hampton. Family members taking these images here. Don't think we're going to get that here in Bradford County, but maybe we get something like what's on that corridor with some snow, but it could be some sleet as well. A historic event nonetheless, especially around sunrise, give or take an hour or two. That's when we could have that switch over here where we would actually get the accumulations. It's probably more just flurries if it's on the front side here as we look ahead. If we get some of that switch over with the sleet, and then it'll be adding flurries. But if we actually were to get some snow to accumulate, probably more, in the very back where you do have the slick ground at that point, so you got to exercise caution. But we're here in Bradford County watching it for Bradford County and the other 61 counties, and we'll have another update at 3 o'clock. At 3 o'clock a.m., unless we need to pop back in sooner as we continue to watch this winter storm warning in the very early hours of January 22nd, 2025. Stay safe.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at 3 a.m. Our historic winter storm coverage does continue. We've been on, for many, many hours here with these updates, giving you the very latest on the situation. As you can see here, the snowfall, that area of that shrinking on down here more and more over the last little bit on the radar returns. So, Tallahassee, you're kind of on the back side here of this coming up pretty soon. So some of that snowfall here, some of that last snowfall that you're going to get occurring right around now. Granted, it'll stay on the ground while we're at and below freezing. And, even somewhat as we get above it here when folks are waking up in toward the morning hours. But you can kind of see here 31 degrees there at this point in time. Let me see if I can pull up some traffic cameras in that area as we continue along here. Continue to give you guys the very latest information. Give me just a moment here, and I'll try to pull up some of those, our different sources. It's all about informing you, your friends, your family here, obviously, with these adverse weather conditions. So just checking a couple things here real quick. As the situation does evolve here, as the situation continues hour after hour. It's just so important to stay on top of things here. I'll go ahead and throw up our coverage map real quick just to kind of remind you. I know we're in Bradford County here. We haven't had that wintry precip yet, but that could change here as we look ahead in the timeline. It's definitely a possibility. I mean, the time frame that we could have that obviously is shrinking here. Probably have about 6 more hours, maybe 7 more hours of some type of opportunity here for that. It could be if we get flurries and the like come in that back side of things. So that's something to take into consideration as well. So again, just continuing to watch things here, continuing to track them obviously as the situation continues to advance here with that banding. So let me go ahead and get that camera loaded up, and then I'll put that behind me. So here is a look at that right now. That's not a shot you see very often there. Mile marker 199.8 near exit 199 there in toward Tallahassee. Look at all that wintry weather here. Some folks trying to make their way through. There's a little bit of a path there, but this is something you are not used to seeing. There is some ice in here. So some slick spots that can lead to accidents for sure. It's very dangerous, and travel is not recommended across much of our area here. So giving you that camera perspective. I mean, some folks, really having to go in this, but this is not what you generally see around Tallahassee with that Florida 511 perspective. I know as we continue to watch, I want to make a point real quick about temperatures as we wake up Thursday morning. You see a lot of 20s on the board. Well, what we're going to have in the pattern actually is now there's an increased risk of some temperatures maybe down in the teens there in southern Georgia Thursday morning. We have the snow, and even, a little bit in Florida with this, maybe more, not as much, in our area. We'll have to evaluate it as we get further out after the wintry precip's moved out, see how quick melting is and the like. But a snowpack can really influence temperatures in an immediate area. And we could actually have a little bit of wintry precip coming back in on Thursday morning on the backside of a system. Seeing, some of the rain maybe being sleet or freezing rain around north central northeast Florida. May not be a whole bunch, but because of that cool air to the north, we could definitely have some more problems than what we were thinking first off. With a thought to maybe just been rain there and some of the modeling earlier on. So something to watch for sure. You see 29 degrees around Homer, but you see maybe more of this trying to get to be snow here now as we're tracking the situation. You see that corridor though, I mean, we talked about it. It's shrinking. We're down to only about 50 miles from east to west with the snow, give or take. I mean, 4 hours ago, that snow area was about 100 miles wide. So it's really shrinking down in the Florida counties. So we'll see how much of this is kind of left as it gets a little bit further off to the east. I mean, it has made some progress, but I mean, it was, really had a consolidated area from about western Madison further off, and now it's probably central Hamilton and western Swanee. So not a lot of progress. So we'll see, if we get any of that snowiness further to the south. We're still holding that above freezing here east of Stark. So, if you want to snow, we're not seeing things switch over to that really at this point. It doesn't seem, further down to the east, and the temperature trend's not as good for that, but we are happy about it because we don't want the ice. We stay above freezing. That is a positive, obviously, but it's a negative if you want to accumulate in snow. Maybe some flurries, you get that. Maybe a dusting even, because we would eventually go on the back side get below it, but it may be hard to get anything else than that as we're looking toward like Stark here, and that could be around sunrise, give or take. So, we got a few more hours before then, about 4, as we continue along. I'm kind of listening, maybe a few ice pellets or something where we're at right now. It keeps sounding like that occasionally. I'm just not seeing a whole lot of that now. I keep showing you this, and I preface it with, we show you this here because the correlation coefficient is probably a little bit more accurate in this situation. And it thinks there could at least be a corridor here of mixed precip around Lake City right now in Columbia County. The freezing rain, 32 or below, that's when you're going to have that. But this is about sleet and snow. And here, as we look, it's probably mainly rain or freezing rain in here if you're at or below 32 freezing. Otherwise, it's regular rain, except for maybe a rogue flurry or a rogue ice pellet. But back out here is where we have the delineation. This is what we use for like tornado tracking. We can use it in winter weather. Never really using it around here, especially not in this part of the region, north central Florida. My goodness. I mean, this wasn't around probably last time we had anything like this here, that's trying to at least encroach further off toward the east with more than, maybe, I know in 2018 we did have the freezing rain around Lake City, but really looking for that sleet, snow potential further off, to the east, seeing that encroachment here in the nighttime hours. Just watching the delineations here, and some of this is probably sleet and snow flurries around Lake City up to Fargo right now, and that to the west would be a little bit higher chance of just more of, snow and a little less of the sleet there. But some freezing rain, a possibility as well. You see from around Folkestone, northwest, that's also delineation. Brunswick, northwest, this is just a broad thing. We can't, guarantee it here. But, I just noticed a little something around Fernandina. I wonder if they're a little bit, atmospherically a little bit different over there because there may be some mixing going on in that area as we look at some of our different colored tables. Maybe if they're a degree or two cooler, that could be allowing for some of that wintry precipitation over that way. Based on that product, it looked like some different hydrometeors were the story, different, types of precip is what I'm talking about. Instead of just rain or freezing rain, it's the sleet and the snow in there at some point. So let me go ahead and see the different types again. Kind of go over that here as we're watching things in the middle of the night at this point. I know, just seeing, half foot of snow plus in southwest Georgia. Some of the areas, south central Georgia around Thomas County even, just remarkable. In our area in Gadsden County picked up several inches as well. Leon County, Tallahassee, a lot more of that sleet and freezing rain, but some snow in there. We'll be curious to see, exactly what number they go with for the accumulation for Tallahassee. But, definitely there has been, here in the night, some snow accumulation adding to. We had some flurries last night. It might have got a little bit of snow in there to really, you could call it maybe accumulating parts of town as well. I mean, further north and west, more likely than the town, but in the airports, the official site. So we'll have to look at those numbers, not as much snow as they could have gotten in Tallahassee, but they did get some to accumulate. So we'll see what the final numbers are there. But you can see the freezing rain. That's what freezes on contact. It's late. It's a situation here where it freezes a little bit higher up, but the snow, it's, something where they're not melting. And it could be just above 32 at the surface, but you're not going to get it to accumulate really in that type of set of circumstances. So, again, you can still see the flurries on the air, in some cases. Again, continuing to track all this, continuing to give you the latest updates here, watching all the different trends. Let's go to the Moody Air Force Base radar and watch the correlation coefficient. It shows a similar story. It thinks there might be some ice pellets maybe mixing in Clay County, but the Jackson radar is closer, so but out here, may not be. So Western Union and maybe the McClenny, you might be getting some of that mixed precip here that's a little bit more prevalent with sleet and maybe some flurries. This doesn't show it as far east into Jacksonville though. So, different layers impact this too. So it could be more like city, but somewhere in that region here. It hadn't made it to like Jacksonville, downtown, or Stark here at this point. It doesn't seem. So do have, some information where there's been some sleet that has accumulated around Perry. That's worth noting. 1/4 of an inch of sleet was reported at 2:16 a.m. there. That's kind of impressive. For those folks, I'm sure they wanted to switch over to snow. I was looking at some of the camera racks in there behind the scenes earlier and I couldn't see a lot. Maybe it'll switch over to some snow here. I know this shows different color tables. Sleet's interesting, but not as interesting as snow here as we continue to monitor the situation, continue to give you guys the very latest. I know there will be some snow on the ground for folks to wake up to in Tallahassee. Not a whole bunch, but, enough to play in, but there'll be ice around too, so you got to watch out for slip and falls. The snow does come to an end there around Tallahassee, but let's go ahead and see some of these different shots here. We'll go ahead and look here toward Mission Road, the Florida 511 perspective. Kind of giving you that visual there. See some of that wintry mixture, a lot of snow, some sleet in there. It's not as, high and near as high as further out toward the west, though, as I've alluded to in the coverage. Let's go out toward, let's see here. Let's go to the Mariana area. It doesn't show it as much as it did here on some of these sides, but it's still, prevalent over there. There's quite a bit of snow, obviously. And then we'll try to go a little bit further back toward the west here with some of this here. Some folks not really ever seeing snow, so any of this is a really big deal. We'll go back out to about mile marker 48. You really see it pick up quite a bit more in terms of what accumulated out that way. So again, kind of giving you the idea of things. I know you see that winter wonderland. It is night, so it does make it a little bit harder to see, but I know we'll be watching things here in Bradford County to see if we start getting some of that wintry, mixture coming more into play. And if it's, freezing rain, that's one thing. We're not at the freezing point where I'm at, but if it's sleet, snow, I'll try to grab some and bring it on in here. And if it's a situation where we do have a scenario where we can get some of that on video, we'll do that here as well. Might even have it live as we get towards sunrise and we get some flurries to be able to see that pretty well on the camera here too. There will be the sunrise, plays a role with some of the lighting, but it's going to be cloudy, so it shouldn't really be an issue overall as we're kind of looking at that. So again, you don't really get that on that before sunrise because it's not, that camera we use on that and it's not night vision. But again, let me go ahead and keep checking things, keep tracking. I do see Brantley County a little over 2 inches of snow now measured around Waynesville, Georgia at 2:55 a.m. So a little over 2 inches there in some of the southeast Georgia communities. You see some different reports coming out on our different mapping tools here at this point in time. So that's noteworthy for sure as we continue to track it. And then let me see here. I want to check Perry again and see if we're getting a switch over there since we have all those cameras. I know we've used them in hurricane covered in the past. We've had some sleet reported out, but it's harder to see that on these cameras. But if we start getting snow, that'd probably be a different story here, I would think. Let's see if we can get one of these up here for you. Okay, it's pretty dark out there, but we'll try to pull it up, right in there in the Ward Perry. Definitely looks damp out there. US 221 there, Jefferson Strait. That is at US 19/98. So again, the storyline there. Let's check power outage numbers. The ice concern, can increase those getting deeper into the night. So that can be an increased concern. Over 9,000 customers now in the dark in the state of Georgia. So let's go ahead and say here in our area, about 716 customers out in Camden County, almost 7,000 in the dark though in Glenn County where Brunswick is, and in Charlton County a few hundred. So I also have some further back, but it wouldn't be as much about the freezing rain store there. But some, ice and just some of the conditions could have caused an issue. Tip County, 461 customers in the dark. I know you don't want to be without power when it's this cold. And, hopefully folks, will be seeing that power come back on as, and there's got the snow and the freezing rain to a degree, but especially snow, it could really be a problem here as we're looking ahead in toward the timeline with colder temperatures than we first were thinking. Now it could get into the teens. I mean, ARRR, and I think it was being too aggressive, but the snowpack causes, some oddities here because it doesn't happen around. It was still in single digits now in some more southeast Georgia counties, but just around freezing where we're at here in Stark. So that is a bizarre set of circumstances we'll continue to watch, see how that, if that's just a little too aggressive, but definitely could be in the teens and, wind chills even cooler than that as we're looking ahead. Even this morning, wind chills could be in the, single digits in our far western counties potentially. So you see Franklin County over 4,500 customers in the dark. Well, Cullen now, they're not doing good at all. Almost 11,000 customers in the dark there with that freezing rain, in that coastal area. Leon over 6,600 without power. Liberty there, you see a couple hundred almost without electricity. Jefferson County, about 700 or so. Madison County, similar story, and even Hamilton County getting into some of that there as well. So just continuing to watch that situation. You see some of these different totals, obviously here, continuing to keep tabs on them here in toward the weather center. Definitely, worth doing that here as we watch the hours go on by, as we continue to give you the latest updates. I know we're at 32.7 right now east of Stark. Just continuing to watch all the different trends here. Just continuing to watch all those different trends for sure. Let me see if there's any questions, comments. Okay, AJ reporting some light snow in the North Tallahassee area right now. Might be your last bout of it. You see some of that on the radar technology. But that, it's starting to wind on down back that way, it would seem, overall, as we continue to watch the overall weather situation move further off here across our region. So, again, continuing to watch all of it for you. Let me go ahead and say you see some of these areas could be a little bit heavier. I mean, 2 inches is pretty impressive up there east in Nahunta in southeast Georgia there with some of this wintry precip. So that is worth noting there. As we've touched on it, of course, as we continue just to watch everything evolve. We go ahead and kind of just keep on looking at the situation, watching the scenario here for everybody. It's just, something that is a sight to behold, really, as we're looking at things. You just don't see this here in our part of the country, that is for sure, but it's happening. It's happening tonight. We're trying to stay on top of it here to protect you, your friends, and your family. Inform you, your friends, and your family here at 3:19 in the morning on on this Wednesday. So again, just trying to make sure we're looking at all the different intricacies here for you guys. That is definitely for sure. So just checking to see if there's anything else we need to kind of talk about. Oh, the wind. I wanted to bring that up, our wind chill. So first off, the temperature, but the wind chill now down. Look at that in Albany. They've had the snow, and now it's kind of hard to read, but it feels like 18 degrees there in Albany. Feels like 16 in Donaldsonville, 17 there in Bainbridge. And just a one-man band trying to keep tabs on everything. 18 there around Quincy is what it feels like, with the wind factor. The wind's there in Quincy. The air temperature is about 28, but, the gusts there around 20 miles an hour or so. With that snow on the ground, you see it. By the way, Panama City area, we talked about some of that zone. I know Cedar Grove right there in the metro, though, 1/2 foot of snow. I mean, this is just, we had our state record of the measurement at 4 inches for so many years. We did have, thought it might have been a little higher, but we've seen this so many of these numbers further, west of Tallahassee set the Florida state record for snowfall. I don't even know if Gaston might have too. I mean, from what it was before, granted it won't be because there's going to be just a slew of cities that have broken the record from this historic, unprecedented type of event here in recorded history for the state of Florida, the Florida Panhandle precisely. Again, it's now a lot harder to get it further east, but in the Panhandle, it's going to be an event that they talk about for the rest of their life. They're going to be telling their kids and grandkids about making that snowman on that January 21st, 2025. It's just absolutely remarkable here. Something that's going to be a lifelong memory as we go ahead and look here into those wind chill numbers. I know, just keep looking at things, keep tracking them. We had that thunder sleet or thunder snow east of Tallahassee earlier. One lightning strike reported and confirmed even in toward Jefferson County. So let me go ahead and look at our high res model right now. So we're at about, let's start this out here at 8Z. It's about 3 a.m. So, this is similar to what the radar should be looking like right now. We don't have the frozen precip quite as far to the east yet. Those pinks, not as far to the east. But we'll watch this hour by hour. You see it trying to change Lake City over to snow and parts of Baker over to snow pretty quick. And even in the Union, this still gets you out more to like 6 a.m. So it'll take a little more time there. And maybe around 7 a.m. there's some snow, accident flurries around Lardy as possible. 8 a.m. you see it going up toward Duval, and then some mixed precip here. Maybe some sleet, maybe some flurries mixed in, and then that threat, could hold around about lunchtime. This tries to actually keep it a little longer, but then see some moisture lingering, and then we get out now to Thursday morning, and you start to see some of this become frozen again. So that's going to be something we have to watch for now. It's not really heavy, but it could still add insult to injury here as we're looking at things. That'll be something to monitor on the west side here of a system. So, again, that's going to be something we're kind of following along with, kind of, what's looking like this moisture, but now with it being cooler, that could be an issue. So, again, let's back this up a little bit here. I know we'll zoom in. I know folks in Bradford are really interested about what could happen. So let's see here. I mean, maybe we get some flurries mixing in at points, but the pink, that would indicate maybe a chance of us finally, I don't know if we will, and we don't want to, get below freezing, because then the freezing rain's the problem if you're not getting the other types. But still at 32.7 here. I mean, we've been around that just above 32 hour after hour here. It's just not dropping here east of Stark and Bradford County. That temperature, other areas, been watching them in 32 and Gainesville, the dew point there, same, and our dew point's 32 as well, as we look there, here, all over the place. But so this is going to be, okay, HZ, so let's see, so that's 3 a.m. actually. I gotta, we're not used to talking about the storms as, or, weather, it's in the storm in a traditional sense, but, when we have the time change, that part of the year, we, talk about systems a little more often, because that takes up a little bit more of the year. So the Z times are an hour different right now. The AZ is 3 a.m. Then we have 4 a.m. and this tries to turn over to snow pretty quick around Lake City. I'm not sure that's going to happen at this point, but maybe it will. Lake Butler, you see maybe some around 4. As we look back, I mean, you kind of see here just off toward the north and west, but then there's 5, there's 6, there's 7 in the morning, 8 o'clock, you see maybe more than mixing here, maybe that's sleet or something like that. So, and how heavy is that even going to be at that point? It may not be that heavy at all, so that could be a limiting factor here, but it may be just cold enough since it's right there at the early part of the day. But this does show maybe some flurries around Lottie, Rayford there. Maybe a little bit of a dusting. That'd be right at 7 a.m. if that were to occur. So we'll be looking at that. I know snowfall, it shows a little bit in here, but some of that could just be the mixed precip. So it said, if nothing else, it should turn into mixed precip here under the temperatures. This is showing 28 at that point. Let's see, 28, 29 at sunrise. You see, as we get here, it stays at that for a good bit. And then maybe getting above freezing by the lunch hours. That could be a factor. And you know, some folks would rather have it to snow when the sun's up, and it wouldn't be up literally, and that we could see it. For our eyes, but it would be helping with the daytime heating, so there's some light out there. So it'd be too cloudy. But my point being, you see, looking here, this is showing 33 at 3, but it shows a dropping temperature, but we're actually rising closer to 33. Even 32.8 right now. So we'll be watching the trends, and you kind of see there the heating, and then we see dark blues freezing here. We see that coming into play later on in the night, maybe. We'll see how the cloud cover affects things, but you see in the snowpack, you see around sunrise on that, let's see, Thursday, 31 degrees there, 31 or so, 30 around Jacksonville. But look at this area up here, this area we've had a wintry weather, and this may be overdoing it. It's around sunrise on that Thursday, and this is showing, as I'm querying some of this data, it's showing like 12 degrees east of Pearson. This purple area is really chilly here. Tallahassee, they might have to start class a little late there based on how the roads are. We did have temperature pretty cold like this when we had class there going back, maybe in 2015 range. I'm not sure on the day of that. Roy Cordero, we had to, have the classes there starting early. If it's not slick, then it would be one thing, but if it's too slick, then that's where you'd have problems. And this may cut into refreeze. Let's see. And Tallahassee's had all this ice. I'm going to back it up again. Let's see how long we get above freezing here. So we get above it in the light blue by around 1 or 2. And then you stay above it, but we're still only sitting at 33. So there may still be some icy spots that, as we get later on, may really become an issue. And then you see that purple, which is teens, according to this. There may be problems with, starting the classes there on that Thursday. But then maybe by the lunch hour, maybe they can start to thaw out a little bit more. As you see, everybody should get, above freezing there in the afternoon on that Thursday. But it still is a lot chillier than what we were looking at earlier on, only in the 30s on this. I mean, that's quite a bit more aggressive than what we had in the forecast. So with all that snowpack around, that could play a role in everything. So again, we'll just continue to watch the trends, obviously. All these trends. Just looking at some things here. There's our current radar view. You see, this is trying to show maybe some wintry precip in northern Columbia. Maybe snow. Okay, we're starting to see now. This is kind of dumped, a little bit on us here. So in Union, yeah, that latest scan starting to dump that mixed precip a little bit around Worthington Springs now and Dukes. So maybe, it could have sleet or maybe a road flurry, though it wouldn't be hard to really get a dust in when you're above freezing, like I've alluded to. But around Southern Union, it might be where we're starting to get some sleet pellets mixing in there more so now. So that'll be a trend to watch. I know we'll have more at 4 a.m. unless we need to pop back in sooner. But for now, meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. And I'll catch my breath and we'll be back more, with more here at about 4 o'clock, more updates as we move hour by hour in this weather situation here. Through the night, watching the meteorology. This historic winter storm 2025 impacting North Florida and South Florida. We'll be back with more in about 30 minutes, unless we need to pop back in sooner as we're watching the trends here across North Florida and South Florida. What a storm system this is.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour, 4 o'clock, as we continue to watch our historic winter storm. I know there's impacts being felt in a lot of the different communities. Power outage numbers going up. Let's go ahead and say that coverage map here as we continue along. Continue to give you guys the very latest. I know we're in Bradford County. We're not really seeing power outages here right now, but as we look toward the north and toward the west, there's a different stories. We're getting some icing type of conditions here. Definitely a storyline to follow. I know we're still where we're at above 32, even we're 32.8. So half inch of rain since midnight, all rain here it would seem. Maybe a rogue ice pellet, but hadn't had that turn and switch into wintry precip yet here where I'm at east of Stark. But we're going to continue to watch all the different trends here through the night. Obviously, I think we'll have to switch over, as we get a little bit later on, and then maybe some flurries in there closer toward sunrise. So that's around 7:23 as I look at my information here. So again, watching that, but those power outages are definitely a story here as we continue along. Continue to give you the latest. Let me go ahead and pull those up in our system, and then I'll pop back on camera because they're definitely increasing here as we get later into the night and those temperatures and conditions, become more favorable here for this as they deteriorate. So let me go ahead and pull that in, and then you'll see it behind me here. Again, looking at the overall scenario, you see parts of Florida there, Georgia with some outages that are showing up over 10,000. In fact, it would be 34,774 out in the state according to this now. So a substantial number of winter storm warnings still in effect. As you see, the ice sort of causing this. The county to the westward is mainly all that snow and not too much ice. You don't see outages like toward Pensacola too much, but Franklin County over 5,000 customers to the dark. Cullen over 10,000 customers to electricity. Liberty County not too many, but there are not many folks there. You saw Gaston just a handful, but Leon over 4,000. Jefferson County over 1,000. Madison County almost 1,000. Hamilton County a couple hundred. Columbia County about 76. Baker County almost 1,000. And over toward Nassau County a few thousand. I know things are getting more nasty there now and toward that area. So definitely watching the situation very carefully. We'll go up into Georgia now. We have 11,748 customers in the dark, including 782 in Charlton, about 2,433 in Camden, and over 7,000 in Glenn County, where Brunswick is. So definitely you can kind of tell where that icy mix is now weighing down power lines, weighing down tree limbs, weighing down trees, causing accidents in some cases, no doubt. So got to be really mindful of that as we look at this situation here, as we continue to track it. I know just watching all the different informational details. Let's go ahead and say correlation coefficient right now. You'll kind of see what I'm talking about in terms of that switch over. You see like around Alachua and Lake Butler now. Maybe getting in. I know it's not going to stuff as good on here, but this shows things that are not as consistent. So more consistent type of precip to the east, probably mainly just rain. But as you get back out here in western Bradford, Brooker to Lake Butler, and down to Alachua, we're seeing there's more inconsistent type of hydrometeors, so there's more of a mix of precip here. Now this didn't see the freezing rain directly because that is something that's an issue here. We're at 32 degrees or below with that, regardless, but this here says it's actually falling from the sky instead of what, is freezing on contact with the freezing rain, sleet and snow mixing in possibly, mainly probably more sleet, I would think, but could be a little bit of flurry accent, Brooker to Lake Butler to Lulu to Alachua, High Springs and Columbia, Fort White now, as you get west of 75, a little bit more chance maybe of some of that trying to get into flurries here. It's not showing exactly, but the correlation coefficient is like what we use, for tornado detection. So it shows the different kind of hydrometeors. I know a little bit heavier here. That looks kind of like a sleet signature to me. If it's not snow flurries and snow trying to get down there, because I've seen this before, and you have the brighter banding. May have a little bit more of that west of La Crosse right now. As we get up toward Folkestone and Woodbine, you see some of those signatures here. That's probably more snow, as we've been getting some reports further up in toward that area of that, and the atmospheric profile more favorable for that up there, it would seem. But again, just continuing to watch. It's a guessing game to some degree, but we're just trying to stay on top of it here this morning. Keep you guys safe and informed. Let me go ahead and look at things. I know some different reports here. Just keeping on watching things. I know that moisture really slacking off. There may still be another little rogue round of flurries there. As I look here on the Tallahassee radar, there may still be some really light flurry acts and a possibility that I'll pull up our radar scope source. I know there was a report here in the last hour of some of that in Tallahassee on the MPing information, but overall, it's really lightening up out that way. Here, I know this kind of overdoes some of this, but it's trying to sell more of that around Lake City and Sanderson. Again, we kind of talked about the differentiations here are kind of iffy. I mean, I do think, though, this is probably, and I'll try to draw this here at 4 in the morning after it's going on for 11 hours. This is probably more rain in general, mainly this rain here in that area where it's more consistent in the purples, and this is probably more frozen here to some degree, sleet, maybe some snow mixing in here, and temperature at the surface determine if it's like freezing rain, but it could be freezing rain for the east. If you're down at 32 below, you could get some of that, but just kind of trying to give you an idea here of this. So rain and frozen as we're looking at things, as we're tracking the situation here this morning, trying to keep you up to date. So we may have some sleet for you, or maybe flurries, but I think it'd be more likely this to be sleet, pretty soon here where we're at. We're around Stark, so we'll try to get that on the air for you if we can catch some of that, and we'll pop in before the 5 o'clock hour. If it happens before then, we'll pop in and show you some of that. I'll have a global one as the plan, and I'll kind of show that to you guys. So right now my hand's empty, but you can see it looks like it's trying to mix a little bit closer here, as we're watching the overall signatures. We're going to try to see the overall trends here with the meteorology this morning. At this late hour, we should start to get more of a mixed precip here soon around Stark based on my analysis. I know the precipitation depictions this kind of an automatic theme, but this looks to be, it may just be mainly sleet in there, quite honestly, based on the report to the west, but it would be something that's not, and this is something we don't cover much at all, but it would probably be something that's not just all rain. This is, I know how to detect tornadoes, but it's something a lot different. You can use it for hail, but this is a little bit, here, tornadoes, it's really important. Hail, not really important because there's other tools, but this is actually kind of in between because it doesn't happen very much, but, I think some of this could be a mixed precip. Looking at the camera, I haven't seen a lot of flurries in these areas, so it makes me think if you had the camera really close in, we might have some bouncing of the precip, and that would be sleet there you see around Brooker. I'm trying to underline these, not cross them out here, but you kind of get the idea as we're looking at things, as we're tracking the situation. And you can't really see much right now, but we're just, continuing to track things here in toward the weather center. Maybe 3 hours from now we'll have flurries on that camera to see when sun's coming up. But, we won't actually see the sun again, but the lighting from that. Again, looking here at the different types of precip. This is what I'm thinking there may be, amounts of. And we had the reports in Perry or one earlier on, a report of a good bit of sleet. So I feel like that might be what we're seeing in Western Bradford. If you guys are seeing that in Western Bradford, now be careful, of course, but if you have some of that sleet, just let me know, and I'll try to pass it along to the viewers at home. The information about that. I know probably not too many people tuning in this time of night, but I do appreciate you guys tuning in and trusting me as I'm looking at the overall scenario here. We're at 32.7 now. Happened to rain since midnight. We had 3/4 of an inch or so yesterday. Only got to 44, got down to 32. That was actually, as we look here, 32.2 is the low yesterday at 11:31 p.m. and today's low is 32.4. So we actually a little bit cooler last night, and it's kind of just been wavering around. Or a good bit of rain. Just for the overall event here, 1.34 inches. So when we do have the cooler temperatures, whether we've had a lot of frozen precip or not, when it is below freezing, whatever moisture is left is going to freeze and lead to some black ice concerns that could lead to accidents and slick spots. It's not as bad as freezing rain with the power outages and the like, but it can still be nasty. You're not used to it. Keep having that little thread. We might have another thread of some issues Thursday morning. If it's cool enough around, we could get some mixed precip again, kind of coming back in. It'll be pretty light, but maybe causing concerns as a lot of folks maybe try to go back to school Thursday morning. There might need to be based on that, and depending on where you're at, some areas maybe not having school. If there's a lot of snow still on the ground further west, or if there's enough of the frozen precip mix in there, in terms of what's on the ground with ice, then it might be at least a 2-hour delay is what I would think for classes on Thursday, depending on where you're at. Is the thought process I've seen in other parts of the country, and here obviously a lot more, prone to problems here as we're looking at the situation. You gotta be really careful. Gotta be really careful. So let's go ahead and come back on over here as we're dealing with this, as we're looking here on the Doppler technology. And we're just going to kind of look. I know we're getting a report of just tons of tons of sleet, which is like hail off toward the west. And, that's something noteworthy there. At 4 a.m., Florida State University, a storm total of 1.9 inches of mostly sleet recorded in NWS Tallahassee. So not a whole bunch of snow mixing on in there, a lot of sleet. I guess, our forecast were kind of indicating that mixed precip and not as much snow. Some areas getting some freezing rain, but then that sleet really adding up. It's more that hail type, substance there coming down. So they had a lot of sleet back in 2014. This, though, more sleet and some snow. And, that's definitely a storyline for sure. You just don't want the freezing rain because that causes such big problems as we're looking at things, as we're tracking, as we try to continue to give you the latest updates hour by hour. I know on that Thursday morning, folks will be trying to get out on the road. Today, most folks don't have school, but tomorrow some might. And, what does it do? Extra careful as we're looking ahead in the timeline there. So, again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here. Just continuing to give you the latest updates. Checking if there's any comments from any of the viewers at home. Again, you're just waking up here. I do see it looks like on YouTube we have maybe some extra people watching at this point. And just thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me here. It's about 4:13 in the morning. And we do have right now a situation where we really haven't seen the switch over to a frozen precip to the east. But we have, toward the west here. Now, granted, I think sleet is kind of on the way to start here, maybe very soon. It may already be starting on the west side of town. This isn't going to be a perfect, correlation to everything at the surface, but, this seems to be a sign of maybe some mixed precip. And based on all that sleet reported to the west, it makes me think, that a lot of this, the model was sowing, they were sowing back to the west. It ended up being sleet. This here, is more ununiform. So mixed precip, this is more rain. It would seem a uniform type of precip, but you see this is the latest scan. It seems like maybe they're, around Sampson City, give or take, they're getting into some of that, and that would seem maybe to be headed up in toward the direction it's dark here. It's not a guarantee, but it just seems like that's kind of what we're seeing here right now. That would probably be some sleet. But, there may be some flurries, sure, but just based on all these reports, Tallahassee under a teeth on snow, it would seem based on it wrapping up there pretty much, except for a little bit of backside moisture that tries to be in. But southwest Georgia absolutely overachieved on snow by several inches. They didn't just 2 to 4 like what we were thinking here in the weather center. Some areas got over a half foot, closer to 7, 8 inches of snow, which is just remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. But again, we're over here in Bradford County around Stark, and I think we're going to have some sleet coming in. So I'll be on the lookout for it, listening out for it. If I have some of those to show you, it's not the most interesting thing, but I saw sleet one time here in Florida. I was at FSU, never seen it here in, a pretty long period here, a couple decades in Bradford County. I might be about to see some sleet. We saw some hail this time, almost last year. Be a little bit smaller than that, probably. It's not really something that's damaging. It's pretty similar in some ways, but we'll continue to watch. Maybe folks will be making sleepman here this morning if this is what's actually happening. I'm kind of guessing because this is not something we're used to dealing with around here. But that's just kind of my analysis of things here at 4:16 in the morning. Again, just trying to keep you up to date. We're in Bradford County, but of course, we cover all 62 counties. I've been on with covered hour after hour, watching all of our different tools here as the situation does evolve here. I know there's been some enhanced concerns in Nassau County. Some of the roads having issues. You see that changeover into precip type. So the next several hours, it's going to be a time where folks really do not need to be on the road. Things are going to get worse in a lot of areas further east before they get better, and further west, the precip's wrapped up pretty much, pretty much. But it's a situation here where we could still have just so treacherous of road conditions. Really not advisable to be out. Again, let's go ahead and see where we want to go with this. I'm going to go ahead and see if we can get a camera at a Waycross, because it looks like it's still pretty nasty up there. The Georgia 511 camera perspectives. Let's see if we can dial one of those up here at this hour, just to try to kind of give you an idea of what's going on in that part of our winter storm warning. All that nasty, nasty weather here, this historic situation, obviously, in Ware County and other parts of our region. So, again, sometimes these cameras, they take a second for me to be able to get a one that'll actually load. Here we go. This is really impressive here, really piled up in this part of Ware County. So I'll put that behind me now here, in toward the weather center. Wow, that is really, really, crazy looking around Waycross there in southeast Georgia. Look at all that snow. That's definitely more snow, it would seem, than the sleet. It's really just the overall texture of it. For our area, I know, except for Gadsden County, it's been a situation where the snow is really, really focused in Georgia, with the totals that are, higher than expected in Florida. Except for Gadsden, they've generally been lower than expected so far. And it could get a little bit of the moisture wrap around, backside, but we could have a situation where, some sleet's moving in here soon. But that's what a lot of it's been in Florida, outside of Gadsden County in our area. Of course, further back, there was a lot of snow, record-breaking totals, where we're talking about, some areas close to a foot of snow in the western Florida Panhandle, just shattering the state record for most snow ever in an event. I mean, just many spots breaking that record. So it's just kind of crazy, crazy to think about. So 32.8 still the temperature here east of Stark. I'm going to keep watching out for things, see if we have any sleet. If we have some frozen precip to see, I'll pop back in before 5 o'clock with a cut-in. But otherwise, I'll be back at 5 o'clock a.m. on this Wednesday, on this January 22nd, 2025. I know 8 years ago at this time, tracking tornadoes in South Georgia, Adele, that area being hammered. This is better, but the ice threat is still dangerous and could still be deadly. The snow is really fun, though, if you, treat it, with a caution here. I know down in Albany, so much rather have the snow, but you still got to be careful. Much rather have the snow, though, than the, just devastation we saw years ago, the tornadic weather. So that's the storyline for now. I'll be back here at 5 a.m. unless we see some of that frozen precip to show you. And then I'll be back in the interim with some of that detailed information here, as I kind of said some of that to you, maybe on camera live, with what I was able to gather outside.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour. It's 5 o'clock in the morning and still watching some of that wintry precip in parts of our area. You see that white indicating maybe some snow mixing down, though. It seems like we're losing some of that precipitation there. Overall, some of the moisture is just not as heavy as it was here in a lot of spots. So that definitely kind of maybe reduces some of these threats. But we'll watch to see maybe, in some of these areas that freezing rain still pretty prevalent here, and you got to be watching out for that because that has caused some power outages. I know we've been watching to see if we'll get sleet around dark. It seems like things have just been kind of breaking up so far. They've gotten towards dark, but maybe another chance here in a little bit. But so far, not really seeing it. But you see out toward areas further up toward the west, like Brooker there and Waldo, there might be a little bit of that mixed precip trying to mix there in the storyline. There have been some reports of some sleet out toward Lake City, it would seem. So, possibility as we look ahead, and we'll give you the latest on that if we can kind of get some of that. Maybe in a glove or something, I'll cut in and show it to you guys live what I got from outside. But the precip is kind of falling off here. The rates are falling. So, if you're like around Stark or Gainesville and want to see snow or a lot of sleet, those chances, don't look as high maybe as earlier on, but it's still not out of the equation. We get some of that, especially the sleet here. That definitely, is a possibility here at, some point as this kind of moves on in, but we just haven't, in terms of the overall temperature profile, we really haven't seen the drop in here at 32.8 degrees. So at least that, the surface is precluding the freezing rain from being an issue at all here around Stark. But yeah, that looks like maybe some sleet, something mixed out here around Santa Fe, it would seem, the way it's showing up here on our products. So probably some ice pellet sleet, maybe a flurry or two in that area right now as we watch the progression. So we'll kind of see how that evolves over the next little bit. I know the precipitation type won't necessarily show it the right way, but we'll just continue to monitor that to see how that evolves with the winter storm warning remaining in effect here. Let's go ahead and see. I know the roads are very bad up in South Georgia now in areas of Glenn County. Glenn County there, they're having some big old problems there. I was looking at some camera images out of that area. I'm sure they want to come up now, but was watching, this traffic at a standstill there in toward the I-95 area. You might have saw it if you're watching the stream just a little while ago. In fact, let me see if I can roll back here, possibly our stream. I'll try to kind of do that for everybody here at home, so maybe you can see that if nothing else. So let me go ahead and kind of go through here. I'll see if I can find that from the the Georgia DOT camera here. The traffic at a standstill about 30 minutes ago in Glenn County. So let me go ahead. A little bit different way of doing it, but I think it's important. I know my voice is kind of going here as we're getting later on, but we're all trying here in the meteorology enterprise to protect you, your friends, your family. You see, I know it wasn't necessarily, the live video, but I'll just hit the play button on this from about 30 minutes ago, and you see traffic wasn't moving. So that was kind of the storyline. Then, as we're looking at the situation, and so definitely some issues with some of that frozen precip causing the problems in portions of the area. I know around Tallahassee, Doak Campbell Stadium area, 1 mile northwest, a storm total report of about 2 inches of mostly sleet reported into the intersection of West Call Street and Conradi Drive there. So, a situation where not necessarily seeing as much snow, but there was some toward Tallahassee. Of course, underachieving on the snow there that we had to see really, pick up. But we really overachieved with over a half foot of snow in areas of southwest to south central Georgia, which is absolutely just remarkable as we're looking at that situation. Out there, Thomas County, Doherty, Lee counties, a half foot or so of snow, which really exceeded the forecast. We said that the models were having a tough time, but we really got the snowfall to come into play up there. So, just continuing to watch the scenario. as we're looking. And again, that sleet toward Tallahassee, about 2 inches of mostly sleet there. West Coast Street. And I think it's Conradi, maybe, but instead of how I pronounced that a moment ago, I right away from FSU, but just trying, here we've been on for so long trying to get these pronunciations just right. It can be a little bit difficult sometimes, but again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest on what's going on. Definitely some nasty conditions as we're looking. Let's pull up the camera side there on Mahan Drive. As we look there, Mahan Drive out toward I-10 east of Tallahassee, you see all that snowpack there and sleet pack. As we're looking, you see there is a clear path for some driving though, but you gotta be extra careful. Could be some ice mixing in. Gotta be really careful. You really don't want to be out unless you have to be. It's very treacherous out there. As we continue to watch all that, let's go back to the wintry precip mode here. And at some models, the temperature is dropping a good bit as we're looking at things toward areas further over, like 3 or 4 degrees around Stark. If that were to happen, maybe you do get more mixing, but we've been stuck at 32.8 here in that vicinity for a while. I mean, highest today was 32.9 at 3:31. The lowest at 32.4 degrees at 12:24. And we're at 32.8 right now. So that's good. Obviously, we're minimizing the freezing rain impact here, but as sleet, snow, to get much accumulation of anything, it'd be a lot harder. But it could still get just enough of a drop to get it here as we look ahead and toward the timeline. So we'll continue to watch out for that here. In toward the weather center. Let's pull up some of the power outage numbers right now. They are increasing in southeast Georgia here by a good bit, so that's not what you want to see. And that's what we were concerned about. That's why we still got to keep doing these updates here, because that ice, is adding up. It's accumulating a little bit more here in this pattern. You see southeast Georgia, some of those areas where we had that traffic at a standstill, having problems there, and you see over 30,000 customers in the dark according to PowerTech.us. A little over 2,000 in Charlton County, 6,000 or so in Camden County. I hope you guys charge your devices up. And then as we get there toward Glenn County, over 19,000 folks without electricity right now. That is significant. So not good at all in those areas with that ice. You just have enough moisture and enough cold to still have the problems there. And in Florida, we have over 36,000 customers in the dark. As I go on in here, Franklin County, over 7,000 customers. Wakulla, over 11,000. A lot less closer up in toward Leon, about 3,000. But in Jefferson, almost 1,000. Madison, almost 1,000. Hamilton, there about 500 or so. Columbia, a little less than 100. Baker, almost 1,000. Nassau, there over 3,500. And just a handful in Duval. A little bit warmer down that way, as we've alluded to. You kind of see where that dividing line is, where we have some of that frozen precip here, and you saw it extend up into southeastern Georgia. So that's intriguing. That frozen precip, that freezing rain, causing the problems, weighing down the power lines, weighing down trees, weighing down limbs to fall on the power lines. Could even have some of these limbs fall on homes and the like. So in that corridor, now it may try to move a little bit further south, but between the moisture, and just getting, only a couple hours from sunrise, we may be running out of time to get that frozen precip to really accumulate too much more as we get further south in the form of too much freezing rain. Could have some now, could still be slick. Gotta watch out for black ice. You still gotta maybe think about some rogue flurries, maybe a little bit better chance of some sleet in there mixing in, on the backside and anything now. But we're gonna keep you up to date. Gonna keep doing these updates, a little longer here. And we'll be back at 6 a.m. unless we need to pop back in earlier for more information in terms of maybe some visuals, of sleet or something that I can show you guys on camera here from where we're at in Bradford County. But it's, really dropping that temperature out toward like Bainbridge down to 24 degrees out there. And that wind chill, it is feeling like 16 out there, 15 around Seminole County and Donaldsonville. So a historic scenario. Seeing all that snow out in the Panhandle. There is some remnant, maybe flurries out here west of Tallahassee, but probably not a whole bunch. But we'll kind of see how that, matriculates here as well. So that does it for this hour's update, unless we need to pop back in sooner. Let me see if there's anything else in terms of any questions or comments from the viewers. I don't see anything. Yeah, okay, yeah, I don't see anything right now. So that'll wrap it for now. We'll be back at 6 unless we need to pop back in sooner with more weather information. Stay safe if you have to get out this morning, but a lot of the area is too slick, obviously. It's really dangerous. There's a few spots like St. John's Flagler. Probably just mainly rain, though, is going to be your storyline. So that's at least a lot more of a positive thing here. But could have a few, wintry type of precip elements mixed in, but not something that we're terribly concerned with over there. But we're still in a winter storm warning for many of our counties, and we're going to keep giving you the updates here as we look ahead. And the next one at 6 a.m. this morning. Stay tuned. Stay safe.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour, 6 a.m. on this a Wednesday morning. Still watching that winter storm as it impacts our area. Excuse me, as that precip there starts to kind of slack on off some here as we're continuing to see the overall weakening here, the decay of a lot of the activity. So, there is still that freezing rain concern though, and like some of those areas near the state line and extending back, we had it earlier on, and it's below freezing still. So that definitely causes concern. That's why there are some power outages. So just continuing to watch, but so far where we're at here east of Stark, haven't seen that frozen precipitation here come into play. So again, I just continuing to track things, continuing to monitor the overall scenario. We'll go ahead and show you our mapping as we kind of pull that up right now. You can see Nassau County, a few thousand customers in the dark. Baker County there sitting at about 1,000. Columbia just a handful. Hamilton there just a little bit. Swanee there just a little. Madison, goes up just a little bit. And Jefferson, and you see what Cullen and Franklin Roy have had some issues that freezing rain, and it's still below freezing, so that's not gonna melt here for a little bit probably. And when it does, I mean, you have the falling ice, that concern to some degree as well. But I know we also have some outages in Georgia, so let me go ahead and pull that up here real quick. Over 41,000 customers in the dark are southeast Georgia counties there, right near the coast, Charlton and Camden, and especially Glenn, where over half the customers are in the dark there. There's so many folks having issues with that electricity. So that's because of the ice element to this. So definitely noteworthy for sure as we look at all this here. And the temperature, you see how it's just too cool for that ice to melt down there right now to the west. Maybe some road flurries, but that precip is winding on down. So time kind of running out to see if we're going to get any flurries or any sleet here around Stark. As we're kind of looking here, at least we're not seeing the freezing rain. It's still above freezing by about a degree, 32.9 degrees. So that is very helpful. I know, did get a report of about 1/10 of an inch of sleet there toward Jacksonville's Weather Service office. That was measured a little while ago. So definitely noteworthy in toward that area. As we're looking down toward the south here, toward like Bradford, if we were to get some wintry mix here, maybe more about sleet than anything. We saw some higher totals further out toward the west earlier on. So that was definitely noteworthy. There's some of the details there. So a little bit under the weather, but we're going to keep giving you guys these updates here, with entailing at least one more. Now, there's really slushy out there. There's temperatures holding near freezing, like around Kingsland, for instance, and that causes some issues with multiple electrical lines down. A very treacherous morning. Hopefully, folks aren't on the road. You see how cold it is, though. As we get further out, these are the actual air temperatures. Now, look at that around Blakely. Because of all that snow there, they've dropped all the way down to the air temperature to 12 degrees. So that is just remarkable how cold they are there. As we look, 20 degrees in Albany, Camilla there, 21, 27 in Thomasville, 28 Tallahassee. So you see the deviation when it's all that snow on the ground. That and where it's cleared out, they've really kind of cooled on down there into towards some of those communities for sure. So very impressive. Well, more at 7 o'clock here. That might be our last update to wrap things on up at that point. Again, I'll continue to track the situation. Winter storm won't affect just a little bit longer. And, if we get something here around Stark, I'll pop in sooner. But otherwise, I'll be back at 7 to wrap it up. I know if it's a situation, where there's something that warrants, we'll go a little longer, with updates. But otherwise, we'll be doing that and having the radar run a little bit longer after that. So see you back here at 7 o'clock in the morning. Stay safe.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour, 7 o'clock, with our final scheduled winter weather update here as we watch. Now it looks to be mostly rain as we're looking here towards some of those coastal counties. Maybe some mixed precip coming on in there from time to time, some sleet or something along those lines. But even a lot of that stuff that we were seeing where that freezing rain was a problem in like Nassau a little while ago, not really too prevalent now. Maybe a little bit of it here on the radar in Duval, mixing here right in downtown, but right there around that sunrise period, and things have just kind of wound on down for the most part. But the roads are still gonna be slick even with us off the air here in terms of these updates coming up. We still gotta be really careful because these roads like a skating rink out here. I mean, look at that degree number in Blakely, 12 degrees west of Albany. Of course, around Albany, Leesburg area, and southwest toward about 8 inches of snow, which is just remarkable. That is absolutely remarkable. Areas there around Thomas County, around 7 inches of snow. Really overachieving, Gadsden County, a lot of snow there as well. West of Tallahassee, but in Tallahassee, they did have some snow mixing in, but it was more about the sleet than anything. I mean, 2 inches of sleet there, which is just, a crazy, crazy number as we're looking there toward the area around Oak Campbell Stadium, give or take. So that is just some remarkable information. Looking like, unless we get lucky here at the last second, we're not going to get any flurries here around Stark and in Bradford County. But we also missed out on the freezing rain. We're at 32.8, so just stay above that freezing marker the whole time where we're at. If you look here, I mean, 32.2 is the lowest last night before midnight, and 32.4 since midnight. So it's a situation where we didn't quite get that freezing rain here, and that's obviously great news because areas that got it do have power outages. Still a small chance of some road flurries. I'll put it in the high sensitivity mode, and it says it a little bit better, but we still have this lingering moisture here that, could, some of it's not even showing up here, but there could be a lingering flurry here with the sun up, per se, not out all the way, of course, but, it might be a little bit easier to spot. So that's not out of the question. As you see, some of these temperature readings dropping out there toward Blakely, 10 degrees now. That is just unbelievably cold. All that snowpack around down to 12 in Donaldsonville. So, that's pipe bursting weather out there in the night. More the area that got the snow, the several inches, they're going to have trouble, really, getting warmer. They're going to end up dropping maybe into the teens again tonight. Some of the model guidance is, heading closer to the single digits even. Area that got a snowpack, but like Stark won't be that much below the freezing mark. We'll have to watch out there because there could be a little bit more moisture tomorrow that tries to work its way in. If we're close to that mark, we could have some more frozen precip to contend with. Got to watch out here for the chance of black ice too for those areas, that got the rain now tonight. If you get below freezing, there's still moisture around. You could end up getting some black ice. So there's still some hidden hazards here as we're kind of looking at things and tracking the situation. I'll look at our camera here, see if you can kind of make anything out. Not really seeing enough in terms of daylight to get that camera view up quite yet. But again, 33 there on Gainesville, 33 Jackson International Airport, but definitely bone chilling air there around like Waycross and Homerville, but even more so in Albany. And look at those numbers out there, southwest Georgia. These are just some of the worst numbers you'll ever see around this part of the country. It's hard to make out, but that's 16 degrees. 16 degrees around Camilla, 18 around Bainbridge, 12 there in Donaldson and Seminole County, 10 degrees in Blakely. So those are just numbers you don't really see around here much. They had the clouds clear out, and they had that snowpack, so really let things cool down, and I see some of the different reports around Aspirin, Georgia, over half a foot there, 6.5 inches of snow. For the entire event, report about amateur radio up in that area. Historic numbers as you look further on up there. Just crazy to even think about as we're looking at the overall scenario, as we're looking at the overall situation up that way. I know if you missed it quite a bit earlier in the night, we did have some of that lightning popping up. One strike there in Jefferson County. It was even confirmed. And so a little thunder snow in a very isolated instance. So that was intriguing to see here with the Doppler technology as we're kind of looking at the overall scenario. Now that winter storm threat here winding down, but you still gotta be careful because it could still be dangerous or deadly. Some of these areas that did get below freezing once it warms up, you could have the potential for some falling ice here, because as you get that daytime heating, the ice maybe falls off the roof. You got to watch out. Some of these trees could still fall in these areas where the ice, got on them, and now we'll start to get a little bit of a warming trend here. And you just got to be careful. There's quite a few folks without power. Shouldn't get these to go up too much more. In fact, CNX a little bit of a decrease here in the latest update. But I'll see the powder.us numbers, and we did have that freezing ice, freezing rain type concern here. And I'll go ahead and say, I mean, you see it coming to fruition in some isolated areas. Look at McCullough and Franklin counties out in the Big Bend. Not exactly where I thought it would most likely, but we thought it was possible as we look down there. I mean, Leon County only a couple thousand in the dark, but McCullough County over 11,000 customers seeing all that mixed precip. Maybe the Gulf helping to keep it a little warmer. So less sleet, maybe more of that freezing rain down there, possibly. Franklin County over 7,000 customers in the dark. Jefferson County about 721, 787 in Madison County. See Hamilton County 626, Suwannee there, same story. Columbia 222, Union County none, Baker about 1,000, Bradford 11, Clay 45 customers, Duval 15, but Nassau at over 4,000 there as you get toward the state line. And then in Georgia, the issues really go up there in southeast Georgia. A few of those counties, Charlton County about 3,000 or so, Camden over 8,000, and that's where areas like St. Mary's is there. As we're looking at things, tracking the overall situation, and then you see Glenn County, over half the customers in the dark there. As we're tracking things around Brunswick, you see Seminole County, a few customers out there, but not as big of a deal. There's a lot less folks over there. That percentage not is indicative of the overall level of concern that we've had with some of that icing there toward a few of those coastal counties, that accumulated on things and caused power lines, to fall, or trees to fall on them, just making things really treacherous in some of these spots. So very interesting to see the local variability here with everything. As you've seen, just kind of tracking things there, monitoring the overall situation. I just wanted to bring that to your attention. I know as the sun comes on up, some of these different areas here coming up, it'll be kind of intriguing to see here how things look. And, Florida 511, Georgia 511 cameras available online. And we'll try to pull up maybe some of these now as we're right into that sunrise period. And we'll take you out toward Mission Road. Some of the sleet, some of the snow. I mean, further north and west versus in town Tallahassee, a little bit more probably of the snow, than other areas. But you see that white stuff there. But there is quite a bit of sleet mixed in. This is in Leon County. Here you see the icicles as well. That's warning of some of those hidden hazards here. To some degree as we're looking out there right now. So that's a viewpoint there. Let's go ahead and see what else we might have as we look further on off toward the east. Those roads again still treacherous, even though that we're wrapping the updates that are hourly up. It's still nasty out there, below freezing in a lot of spots, and that can lead to big problems on the area roadways. Very big problems. Here's a view here out toward in the Live Oak vicinity at least. So you can see some of that white stuff there, some of that precip, the storyline as we're looking a little bit further off toward the east. So definitely some hazardous conditions still, even though most of the active precip is winding down. Not getting above freezing for a while causes big problems. Looking further to the west, of course, here we're in Stark. We actually are down to 32.6 now, almost the coolest we've been. But at this point, now we may get below freezing for a little while. Black ice potential there, but as we kind of look, the active precip is winding down. Maybe some road flurries, but that'd be about it today. As we're kind of looking at the overall scenario. But again, just trying to see some of these visuals to tell the story. Let's see if we can pull up some of the Georgia cameras right now. We'll try to see if we can pull up some of those. trying to help you guys figure out exactly how things are looking here, how things are tracking. I know some of these just don't want to come up, but some of them will more than likely. So I'll try to effort some of them here in these, last little moments here of this live coverage. But let me keep looking. I'll kind of look around here. Bear with me. Just trying to see if we can get some of these shots here. Just a one-man band, but it's all about protecting you, your friends, your family. A lot of these just don't want to load here this morning. You just kind of, it's a hit and miss type of thing here with these. That is for sure. Okay, let's see. We're out of Doherty County now, where some of these areas got, just tremendous totals. I mean, this looks like a winter wonderland here in parts of Doherty County this morning. The Georgia 511 camera. I mean, look at that shot there in Southwest Georgia. I mean, you would not think that's Southwest Georgia here, folks, but that's what it looks like there right now as we kind of go out there live with that viewpoint. So definitely worth noting there. Definitely worth checking on that, obviously. Just an incredible shot, an incredible look at the scenario. And let me see where else we might want to go. Okay, let's go up to Dawson there. Dawson, Georgia. Let's look at that area right now with the viewpoint. These are just unbelievable images there. Getting a little north and west of Albany. I mean, that is just unreal. Terrell County there, what you're seeing. I mean, this does not look like our viewing area, but it is. Of course, when I'm starting out getting any wintry precip, but other areas a different story. I'll still be, looking out for black ice. But, as we look here, if we do drop a little bit lower, we'll get that freezing point. But and we have a little something tomorrow to look out for here. I'll get to in a second. Since we're getting so cold to the north, there's at least a small chance of some of that coming on up. But as we just keep looking here, let's go to Eccles County around Statenville. I will kind of pull the shot up there. All right, at this point in time, you'll kind of see what is happening in that area. You can see just a remarkable visual there. So, some of that wintry weather that we're never going to forget here in 2025. Just got to be careful. We've got to stay safe as we're looking at this. And now we're going to keep this stream going for a little longer with the radar. If we need to, we'll cut back in. If we have some wintry precipitation here, we'll show that if it's a flurry action, which at this point, if it's back behind, that'd be a little bit more likely, if it's something we can show, then we would pop up our camera since the daylight's coming on here. That's a pretty low threat, but it's something with some of these little scattered blotches here, it's not impossible on the backside of all the moisture here. But as we're looking here early this morning, we'll watch for that. I'll be on guard just in case. Not that would be that impactful, but it'd be a novelty at this point here towards some of our Florida counties. But again, just continuing to track everything. Our next formal update will be late tomorrow now, late Thursday. Unless we need to pop back in sooner, late Thursday or late Friday. But we've been tracking this 14 hours or so with this coverage now, with updates at least every hour. Some of these updates have been, going in when we first started out. I mean, we're wrapping, in the next hour because we want to see those visuals before sunset. Now we're starting off here, the ending of this at sunrise, getting to the ending of this. So let's go ahead and see. I'm going to pull up the guidance here. Don't quite have the long range for the 12Z yet for HRRR, so not in this system. So let me pull it up on 6Z and then we're going to look here. I mean, it's already kind of overdoing the current precip because, that's what it was. A 6Z, I'm just double checking. That's what it was supposed to look like here at 13Z. but we're not seeing that much moisture around, so I'll be curious to see how things, go. That's not what's happening really. It could be a scattered flurry, but you saw there wasn't near that much moisture on radar. Now you see a little bit of lingering moisture maybe, but if we get something to build back in, if this is accurate, it may not be at this point. Granted, the pattern could favor it coming in from the southeast, but if that happens, we could get some more wintry precip tonight. So again, it was already overdoing things now, but it could help. To be a situation here where we're ending up seeing things here be a little bit different because that could end up being just overdoing it at that point, or different processes. If we can get enough moisture to come in, and maybe it allows things to cool off a little bit more as possible. And so we'll watch for late tonight. That's something that you can't rule out. I guess the special weather statement or winter weather advisory could go back into play for tonight for some of us. I kind of think it's a lower end risk at this point, but it's not something to sleep on here per se and completely rule out. So we'll watch it here for you just in case. It wasn't something we were really talking about here too much earlier on in the period. So reminding you of the coverage map here. We're in Bradford, part of 62. Really not seeing any wintry precip that I'm aware of here in Bradford. There seemed to have been maybe some rogue flurry reports out of Alachua. If you look real close, there could have been something there in Bradford, but it was, we never got below freezing. I kept checking, never really had the sleet, nothing accumulated. Just kept checking there, and it was just that rain. Maybe an ice puddle mixed in or something here or there, but really, in Bradford, still got to watch out for some black ice potential because the temperature is dropping just a bit now as we kind of get back behind all of this a little bit more. So that's at least, worth following. It's worth following here as we look ahead, but so just be kind of careful with that a bit here, at least in for the next couple of hours before we start to see a little bit of a warming trend here. Could actually get a little bit slicker out there on the roads and spots, because some spots could be a half-degree cooler and you get freezing, and you have black ice can be a story even if it's not freezing rain actively. So the threat isn't completely done. But it is, in terms of the active precip threat winding on down. So gotta be careful with that black ice that's lingering. It's very hard to see, but when you're at or below the freezing point, if it's not about the active precip, but you have still precip snow, sleet, freezing rain on the ground, which we have a lot of further to the west, or just rain, at or below freezing, then that's gonna be an issue. And those areas that hadn't, unfroze to the west, and that's really a problem. Can lead to accidents if people try to, get out in this today. You still got to take this seriously. It could be really rough. Don't get out in this until we're getting above freezing at least, and even then it could be problematic if we don't get too warm. It could kind of refreeze on us further back toward the west, but to the east or the tends we drop just a little bit with the lingering moisture, and then you get that black ice, so that can be a problem here for sure. So we're going to be watching things, but I'll check. It's pretty much right at sunrise. Let me see if we can get any imagery out of that camera now. Okay, we're now seeing a little bit. I'll just look to make sure I don't have a random flurry or anything like that as we're at sunrise pretty much. Don't really see anything, but it's not out of the question. I haven't had any novelty flurries like that I'm aware of here since 2010. So we had that event in 2010 where we had some novelty flurries, and I'm looking here right carefully, but last 25 years, that's the only one that comes to mind. So that's not out of the question here this morning. So we're going to keep that radar going a little longer, that stream going a little longer here, probably around 9 o'clock or so, unless something warns me to keep it on a little longer. So we'll keep that up with the temperatures and meteor reports maybe, and maybe we'll see if we put anything else up, cameras or power outage numbers, or if we really need to cut in, we will, but not planning on any more formal updates here. No more scheduled updates here on this stream unless we need to. Mainly just going to plan to have that radar with the precip up, right at the last couple hours of the stream to about the 8-hour mark. We have to get rid of the stream anyway because on Facebook, I know that's one of the things you can't go past 8 hours. I know it's interesting to watch, some of that movement there in some of the cloud cover. It's definitely unusual weather, even though we didn't necessarily get the, issues here in Bradford so far. Now we've got to watch that again for some refreezing, as I've talked about, or freezing to begin with. Let's see, because we 32.4 today, 32.2. We haven't been below freezing here since Friday, so to be actually just to freeze, for the first time for a little bit could cause some issues in a few spots. A little bit cooler could lead to some problems as well. So again, we thank you so much for tuning in. I thank you so much for trusting me here in the Weather Center. It's been a busy 14 hours or so, but we try to keep you ahead of the storm, keep you guys informed using all the different technology here, obviously, at our disposal in toward the Weather Center. Just trying to keep you guys really up to date minute by minute, just moment by moment here. It's all about watching out for the different counties here in our situation, obviously. I'm just going to check to make sure there's nothing else here that I need to report on in the last few moments. I don't see anything too much, that's just something we haven't really touched on. We did talk about the power outages, though, like Charlton and Camden and Glen in the Jacksonville TV market, southeast Georgia. Those outages are pretty substantial because of that icing effect that we've talked about. And some snow mixing and sleeting as well. But a lot of folks without power there, so I hope they're staying warm because it could get pretty treacherous in the house quick. So make sure if you're without power, make sure you're covering up with blankets here and trying to stay warm. At least the daylight will be coming out soon, but I need the power to come back on in those areas because there is a decent number out. Not in a lot of counties, but it's about like 5 counties or so out of the 62 where we really have the power. The number a little more noteworthy. That's in a little bit different region compared, with the 3 compared to the other 2. The 2 are Franklin and Wakulla, right near the Big Bend coast, and then the other 3 are in southeast Georgia, Camden, Glen, and Charlton. So that's where we really have the most impressive outages. There's some in Nassau, some in the zones surrounding, but a decent number. I'm talking about multiple thousand in the dark in those 5 counties, but otherwise it's pretty isolated with the outages, if not really isolated overall, percentage wise. But those 5 counties are at or above 50%, give or take, at points here. It would seem. Let me double check on that. I know the one report had a little lower in Camden, but still, I'll just kind of double check that real quick here, make sure we're giving you the right information according to power.us. I know, Louisiana, Texas have 15,000 in the dark there from the winter storm. They've had all the wildfires in California, 35,000 out, but 36,000 or so out in Florida right now. And we're talking about Franklin, over half of the customers, Wakulla, over half of the customers in the dark, but it's just, a handful, really, of hundreds in a lot of the other counties, except Nassau's close to 4,000, Baker's about 1,000, but there's a lot more folks tracked in those counties, so not anywhere near half out there. And then as we're looking up into Georgia, it's the counties of Charlton. It's almost half, actually. Camden's about 1/3 or so, give or take, and Glen's a little over half. So the latest numbers there from power.us, those are substantial. Those are noteworthy. Those are a big deal. But most of the other area, the power outage, numbers are not too big of a factor at all, which we're thankful for. But, those areas need to stay warm. Don't use candles, unless you're watching it the whole time. Just, you gotta be really careful. You don't want to start a house fire with the lack of the heating right now. Carbon monoxide poisoning can be deadly. Those generators, you cannot use a gas-powered generator inside your home. We talk about it, over and over during hurricane season. We don't mention it too much here in the winter weather covered because we don't really have to do it very much around here at all. But, somebody could get poisoned, lose their life if they put a generator in their house, gas-powered one, because there could be carbon monoxide poisoning. So you really, really, really need to be aware of that. So talking about really those areas with the power outages, which are, pretty isolated in nature, but definitely worth noting. So that'll do it. Thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me. We'll watch random flurries. I'll look here, see if we get lucky. If we were hoping, not for the iciness, not for the sleet too much, but we were hoping for a little snow. But in Bradford County, it hadn't really happened, so we get some random flurry on the backside. We'll watch for them, and that'd be a big deal. Even with a random flurry, it's a little breezy out there, though. And we're actually at the lowest point we've been at today is, kind of getting behind the moisture now. We're down to 32.4 degrees. That's tied for the lowest. That was right at midnight or a little after midnight we got to that point. So some of that, water on the ground could start to become a little icy. So that's still something to be aware of here before we start to warm up a little bit. And then tonight's lows are a little more questionable because it could just be, that snowpack could really influence them to the north and west and could make things, pipe bursting type of weather for more folks than even now. Where Albany and Camilla and Blakely and Donaldsonville are really in that zone, especially right now. Those pipes could definitely burst up there getting cooler than what the forecast would have had initially because there's just so much snow on the ground and it cleared out in the night. This is just not something you're used to around here for sure. But okay, this is the look right now. I'm looking real careful for flurries, just to see if there's some rogue ones. I'll keep watching some things, but otherwise, I need to rest my voice. Thank you so much for tuning in and trusting me. Let me go ahead and kind of get that loop here. At this point, I think that's what I should do. Yeah, get a loop here of the radar last 4 hours. I'll leave that up for a little while. Maybe put the camera in the corner or something. You can watch for some rogue flurries. There is a little bit of moisture trying to build back behind, so we'll see. There's that small chance, but those wouldn't be impactful. But the iciness can be, if we get below freezing in areas, the areas that are still below freezing, no, it is impactful and very, very dangerous. And especially the snow, the sleet, the freezing rain that's falling to the west, it could be really bad with those conditions. Travel not advised in some of those spots for sure. Definitely got to be taking precaution with that winter storm fingering impact here. This over half foot of snow in Albany, unreal territory up there. Leesburg, Georgia, over half a foot around Thomas County there. Gadsden County, several inches. Leon, it was couple inches of sleet, and not really so much about too much snow there. But still, some of that white stuff coming on down. And we're just going to keep on tracking things, keep on monitoring things here in the Weather Center. There's that outdoor camera. Let me, I should maneuver this just a little bit maybe. I may mess our loop up, I did. So let me go ahead and we'll just kind of go back over to another mode here real quick. I know this may not, this might be a, animal type signature in western Duval County now, by the way. This can happen sometimes, not normally followed right after precip when it's this cold, but sometimes this time of day you can have that animal type signature. Could be some lingering, little tiny flurries out here west of Lake City. Other stuff's kind of being exaggerated, I think, but again, just continuing to track all that there. Continuing to give you all the latest here with that radar stream continuing just a little bit longer here. Just a little bit longer as we're kind of looking at the scenario here with the meteorology. Still a little breezy out there. It's cold. It's very cold. So bundle up if you do have to go out, which again, a lot of areas the roads are not great at all. It could be just terrible. But if you have to go out, bundle up, wear layers. In those western areas, the wind chills are so low. We could even have you talking about frostbite. And again, that, those temperatures tonight, a similar storyline. So be careful, those kids, going outside, snow day for a lot of folks out there playing in the snow. There could be that ice under there. It could be causing slip and falls, could have some ice falling. And you just gotta be looking there out for those, just frigid temperatures because you don't want folks getting sick. So you just gotta bundle up. Don't want to get frostbite is what I'm kind of alluding to there. So again, keeping that loop going here as we watched the involvement and everything over the last several hours with the overall meteorology here. As you've kind of seen the different trends here with the accent. It's just something. It's something that we're never going to forget in a lot of these areas. That is for sure. My friends. But 7:30 is the time right now. Leaving this going. You do see a little bit of precip back out there as you saw at the end of the loop as it goes back around. So that's intriguing. Maybe a little hope for some more flurries this morning. Saw December 26, 2010. Maybe we'll get a little something like that here in Bradford or something. But overall, a lot of that wintry weather with the active precip winding on down. But again, black ice, got to be careful, slick spots on the roads. In areas that, have not really gotten to the freezing point, they might get there for a little bit. But further west, those areas, those roads are just in bad shape with us below freezing. You're being urged to stay off of them. Very important to keep in mind. Thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks so much for trusting me. I'm going to step out of the shot now. Again, there's that look at things. We're going to leave that running here for a little bit longer as the situation does evolve with that lingering moisture. I'll probably be cutting this stream, at least on Facebook and Twitter there, within the next hour and a half or so, Twitter/X and then Twitch as well. Now, YouTube, I might cut it in too, but I also might keep it a little longer on youtube.com. So that's that cloud weather. We'll just kind of play that by ear. But for now, stay safe out there. Try to have a good day, but stay warm here and stay, again, in line there with all the safety tips we've been providing you. You just want to be extra careful. We don't want any tragedies here in the wake of the aftermath of this historic storm. Meteorologist Casey Cloud coming on real quick, seeing some tiny snow flurries here in Bradford County. To repeat, seeing some tiny snow flurries where I'm at here in eastern Bradford County. And you can see the report I just sent in right here on this view.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud popping back in. If you heard me a few moments ago there, came on because we did have some tiny snow flurries in Bradford County around 8:10, maybe just a little bit before. I saw them there with my own eyes. They weren't big enough to come and take into the studio, but it did have just a little bit of lingering moisture, and it got down to 31. So seeing some of that come into play here, I know just looking outside here toward the East of Stark, with it being 31 degrees now, 31 even. Starting to see some of that rain that was on some different things kind of freeze up a little bit now. So that's the storyline too. Maybe even just kind of getting a tad of freezing rain in there, in a very light manner, freezing drizzle at times, too. So that'd probably be a better characteristic of it, overall. So again, that's kind of the storyline with that as we're looking at the overall situation. Wanted to pop in. We did have some flurries. Could have a little bit more of a chance here. It's hard to see it like on the camera. Have to be kind of outside there to see it. They were very tiny. I'll try to effort you guys some photos in a little bit, video, whatever I can. Again, very hard to make out, but if you were out there, you could definitely see them. And I put the report in here through MPing when I was seeing that, and then ran back on in here to cut in, and now cutting in again. You see right now, maybe a little bit more of this lingering moisture could provide a little bit more of that over the next little bit. So just got to be careful because it is starting to get a little slicker out there since it has cooled off a little. We will warm up as we look ahead, but cooling off just a little bit here. An intriguing setup for sure. So just wanted to pop in real quick, let you guys know that. Again, stay safe as it's down to 31. Not really getting much active precip, but there's some of that, lingering moisture around flurries. Maybe a little bit of freezing drizzle is kind of a situation where we're getting some, ice, little tiny areas of ice sticking to things. Black ice potential start to come up a little bit too. So be careful, and we'll keep you guys up to date here with this radar stream. At least continuing a little longer, and I'll try to see if I can get some pictures and or video in here before, the next 30 minutes or so are up.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud popping back in here. It's 8:48 on this Wednesday morning. Seeing a little bit of tiny snow flurries a little while ago. I just wanted to kind of give you that visual here of what I saw. So let me go ahead and see the graphic source here. I know, gotta clear my throat real quick. Excuse me. This wintry weather, but you can see here the storyline. There it is on my jacket. Those tiny flurries around 8:02 this morning. So wanted to give you that visual. I know this stream will continue for just a few minutes longer on Facebook there, and then Twitter/X and Twitch, but on YouTube at Cloud Weather will continue a little longer. I just can't keep it going past 8 hours here on platforms like Facebook. It would cut off. So it's going to continue here on YouTube a little longer in case we get more of this, light accent. We're at 30.8 degrees now here east of Stark, so definitely some of that winter weather coming into play here a little bit more in terms of that iciness out there. Not really getting much actual, current precip, but just wanted to see this picture from 8:02 a.m. of some tiny snow flurries here as we're looking at things in Bradford County, and I'll keep this stream going just a few minutes longer, but soon it'll just transition over to YouTube at Cloud Weather, so keep that in mind if you want to keep watching this here a little bit longer. But watching the loop of this radar viewpoint, you didn't really see it on that, but as we'll go ahead over to the radar scope view here, I'll switch it, and you'll be able to see here, you see some of that little bit of pink, and then I'll back this up a little bit here. You see how we've had some of that just wintry influence in the very light forms here with us just below freezing. So kind of intriguing to see that. We'll only come back in again if conditions warrant, like what they have here the last little bit with these flurries being reported. First time I've seen flurries here, Bradford County, since 2010. That's the only other time. So these might be even a little tinier than those, but it's close. So again, seeing those flurries here, we could have a little bit more of that moisture next little bit. So just a kind of interesting storyline to watch as that kind of comes on in here toward that picture. So again, there's that loop. And I'm going to show you that viewpoint one more time on the jacket here. One more time, folks, as this, I'll let that loop finish. You see Keystone there. They were at 32 on that site. But I know where I'm at here, we're dropping just below 31. And then here's the flurries on my jacket. Could get a little bit more of a next little bit, depending on what type of precip kind of comes out here of that next little area of moisture, if there is any at all. But it is below freezing out there now, so could get some very light precip like this. So keep an eye out for it. I'll do that. This is a picture from 8:02 a.m. Just wanted to share this with you guys, talking about that storyline. And we're going to leave this running without the sound on a few minutes longer on Facebook, and then Twitter/X and Twitch, but even longer at youtube.com/@cloudsweather.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud just popping back in here real quick on our YouTube only stream at this point, as we do have some reports of some bridges closing in Jacksonville now because temperatures have fallen a little bit more. They've gotten at or below that freezing point, so some of that moisture now kind of freezing on up, the lingering moisture around. Also had a few snow flurries here and there and toward areas closer in toward what you would call the first coast, precisely there over the last little bit. I mean, talking about Clay and Duval and that vicinity, even up into Camden County, Georgia, with that lingering, moisture that's coming from the sky, but lingering moisture that's kind of on the ground. Setting a few bridges down there. Icy road conditions to Main Street, the heart of the Matthews Bridge over to St. John's River in downtown Jacksonville. They're now closed in both directions because of icy road conditions. It's kind of that black ice type of situation, but really, the temperature's just falling right after here. We had, that heavier precip coming on through, so kind of a little bit of, similar to that freezing rain as well. So got to be careful there in Jacksonville. Some bridges closed. Also, reported Nassau County from Emergency Management. A fire engine truck rolled over overnight on County Road 108 in the vicinity of Hilliard due to icy roads. That's a delayed report from 1:30 a.m. But then at 8:30, one injury reported. Nassau County Emergency Management there in the Florida State Watch Office reported that Interstate 95 in the vicinity of State Road 200 is currently closed in both directions due to a vehicular accident with an injury there. That's 5 miles west of Yulee. So even though you're getting that moisture to mostly move out, some of that lingering moisture on the ground with these cooling temperatures in spots to the east causing some problems. It's warming to the west. You saw Blakely was down to 9 degrees at one point, but all that lingering moisture back there with those below freezing temperatures, really delaying any type of real improvement process. So it's still very treacherous on those roads out there. It's just the idea that things kind of changed, from being just above freezing to that, rain to all of a sudden at that freezing points, and now having to close some bridges in Jacksonville even after most of that moisture has really moved out. So interesting storyline there. If we need to break back in, we will. Otherwise, I'll just keep the radar up here on YouTube. Stay safe.